Ladies and gentlemen, the Beacon Duo League playoffs are upon us. It is finally the day. Today we will decide who wins the inaugural season of the BDL. If yesterday is anything to go by, we've got fireworks in store today. I'm still on a high from that last promo relegation match that we saw yesterday, and I know some others with me are as well. To kick things off, I've got Boney, I've got Randomize. Boney, how are we feeling about today's matches?
I'm looking forward to it. I'm very, very excited to see what will come out. Every one of these, especially with the last league day that we had, it was all fireworks, right? Players just really making their way towards to get those final few points in. Big, who actually was in a bit of a odd situation due to them playing those matches earlier on in the week. Did mean that it was a question of whether or not they had accumulated enough points to actually get themselves into playoffs, and they are in, though they're not at the top. That honor does go to Shift, among others. And yeah, I mean, in general, just excited to see how this will conclude, how this will pan out. One of hopefully many duo leagues coming up this week, this year, I should say. Maybe this week.
Yeah.
Who knows? You guys got more?
We'll get to that at the end. Yeah, of course, Big, one of the teams to look out for, and we'll talk about them in a little bit. But Randomize, you were casting that final match yesterday, the final promo relegation match that saw 5W earn their spot in Division 1 for the next season, as Boney has alluded to. Are we expecting sort of similar matches, similar excitement today?
Generally expecting something closer to that, yeah. I'm hoping we don't see a bunch of 3-0s like we did yesterday. We had one match yesterday that went to Game 5, and it was, as you said, it was the official promo relegation of Orcs GP Numops versus 5W, so I'm really hoping... I mean, we're in Div 1 now. These guys earned their spot. They're, on paper, the better teams. So they should be putting a good fight against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. We alluded to that yesterday. What we saw yesterday wasn't even our Division 1 teams, bar TXO and Orcs GP Numops. But let's take a look at that Division 1 table, how things did end up after that last league day. As you were saying, Boney, we haven't seen Big play a match since week 2. They had to reschedule all their final matches to that week 2 to get them played, and they scraped in to these playoffs by the skin of their teeth, by round points, 2 round points might I add, against Orcs GP Numops. Are we expecting something from them today? Because, they only just about made it in.
It's tough to say, right? They have a busy schedule, so obviously in terms of practice, it's hard to say if they have as much as, looking at your Shift, your Team Nemesis, your Blaz, to make it happen. And I mean, Blaz is very relevant in just a little bit. But yeah, barely making it in, barely getting in. That was pretty much the talk as well, right, of our league week 3. Whether or not Big had what it takes, right? And it just came down to as little as that. Big, fortunately for them, were able to pick up a couple of wins right at the end of those matches, as initially their season didn't start off too strongly. I mean, you can see it in the results as well, right? Even against the number 1 Shift, not picking up a single map, but it was the 3 matches that they played in the end that secured themselves enough of a spot. So barely scraping by, barely getting in, and it's really the question of the time that they had to spend on other obligations, if there was even time to get prepared for the Beacon Duo League, to be ready to make this long run, really, throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. You alluded to it. And Randomize, I want to look at the top of the table there, Shift and Team Nemesis. A lot of people are saying that this today is going to be decided between these 2 teams. Do you think that that's a fair assumption?
Yeah, I mean, during league play, we saw Shift and Team Nemesis practically put everyone on a silver platter and delivered them away from the competition. They were playing quite amazing through the entire season. There was really never any time where I would doubt either team. Maybe once in a while they had something happen, like Team Nemesis during round 3 lost to Big. But it did go all, it went 3-2, and then from there they kind of fixed up everything. So it's not surprising to me at all, especially when we look at some of the top players through the league and themselves, like New Prime himself has been pretty much leading the pack all the way through for Shift. So having New Prime as one of your top strong players, and then Mime also in the top 3, showing some of the best stats in the league, it only in time will you just slowly but surely just take out the entire competition.
Absolutely, and that's what they're going to be hoping to do today. Of course, that league phase has all led up to this point, the Division 1 playoffs. So let's take a look at the bracket and all of those matches that we are going to be seeing today. Because you mentioned it, Boney, it is a long way for these bottom 4 teams to make it to that grand final, where Shift and Team Nemesis, they performed really well in the league phase. They've earned their spot in this upper final, and they do have an easier route to that grand final.
Yeah, it's a big advantage, right? Obviously, good results paying off, and in a big way as well, right? Where for Shift and Team Nemesis, it is a minimum of 2 matches, maybe 3, to be played, depending on whichever team comes out at the bottom. They also have that second chance. That luxury is not afforded to our other 4 teams, Blah, Big, Wheelsy, and Galactic Baguettes. They all have to play 4 matches if they want to make it all the way to the grand finals and try to become this Beacon Dual League champion. And at the same time, having to do it all on a singular live, just one bad match and things can go wrong. We saw that happen yesterday as well, where some teams were just unable to really get their footing, really get the stride going into the match, and it was over before we even started, it felt like. And yeah, that's simply the nature of this, right? We are doing this all in one day. You gotta be at your best at this point in time if you want to be the Beacon Dual League champion.
And randomized, looking at those 4 teams, Blah, Big, Wheelsy, and Galactic Baguettes, we mentioned Shift and Team Nemesis are the favorites at this point. Out of those 4, which one would you be picking to challenge them?
Honestly, I could say there's 2 teams, and I'm a little upset that they're both versing each other, but the 2 teams that I feel like could really put a good competition up is Wheelsy and Galactic Baguette. I talked about how the Shift and Team Nemesis were dominating the scene, but Team Nemesis, they lost a match to Big, so there is a bit of a weak point in the wall there. And Shift, they were struggling against Galactic Baguettes, during league play. So these are 2 teams that could definitely take a crack at the impenetrable force that those 2 teams are. But Wheelsy is just, I feel like, is a team you can just never sleep on. But I'll be honest, there's a little bit of biasness there. I'm a, I love both of them. I love the idea that they're actually playing with Wheel, and I'm a bit of a Wheelsy fanboy. Wheelsy and I, we get along very well, so I'm always going to root on for him secretly in the background.
Yeah, I mean, who isn't a Wheelsy fanboy? And when you pair him with Mudda, difficult not to get behind the wheel, boys. I tell you what, their opponents are going to be happy that it's not being played on LAN, because the shaking that would be happening on, at that table would be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
At least Galactic gets there.
Oh no, yeah, like that, exactly. Well, there you go, perfect.
I mean, he said he was a Wheelsy fanboy. You've got proof in the pudding just there. But they are going to be facing off against Galactic Baguette, Richie and Melio in their lower quarterfinal. But the match that we're going to be covering first is going to be Blah against Big. Elcon and Josh facing off against Massa and Grenadi. And now this, I want to say this is youth versus experience, which I think is a little bit unfair to Grenadi. He isn't that old. But when you look at sort of the experience and the quality of these players, it is a very interesting matchup. Massa and Grenadi, very much 2 of the most recognizable names in the scene, and representing an iconic German organization. And Josh and Elcon, the unexpected pairing, who ended up performing quite well towards the end of the league phase and making it to this point. Do you lean either way with this one, Boney? You said it might be difficult for Big to prepare, but do you think Blah has enough to take them down?
I want to say yes, right? As you say, right, Massa Grenadi, I mean, they're both just experienced players when it comes to tournaments. I think that is the better way of looking at things. I mean, Alcon as well, right? Always has been around, but definitely a bit more younger. Very much the machine of swords, but is an all or nothing player, right? Everything could go well or everything could go wrong, but he's very good at bouncing back. That's been his big boon of sorts, if you will. Firing that with Josh also just an upcoming player, right? They've got that fire, they've got that energy. Obviously, Massa and Grenadi have been the ones who love to hunt for those victories. But it seems like when it comes to closing things out, I do feel that Blah just has that a bit more. If it does come down to a decider, I would give the edge to Blah, but I think it comes down to preparation. I think it comes down to like opportunity meeting luck in that regard, and I think Blah has that in spades.
Yeah, absolutely, and they are going to be motivated as ever because they did end that league phase very, very well. Maybe not preparing really past the league phase into the playoff stage, but they are here now. That extra motivation is there, and they are facing off against a big opponent in their first match. It's going to be a big challenge for them as well. Randomize. Boney is leaning towards the way of Blood. Do you agree with him? Do you have any opposing interests in this one?
Part of me wants to agree with him, but part of me also wants to have fun with this one and say that I think Big's going to take this one. Generally, you said youth versus experience. Josh, he's a full speed player who decided to get into mixed comp, and it's been happening over time, and he's been getting better and better. It's insane watching the growth he can. But Elcon has shown that sometimes he can play really well, and then sometimes he can just get in his own head. We've seen it in the past in multiple events where Big, both guys, sometimes they can get a little angry, and Asa can start screaming at people. But in the end of the day, the two of them just generally know how to still have fun towards the end of it. So I feel like it's gonna be a battle of the titans of who gets the hot head first and who can stay cool. So I'm gonna actually lean towards Big. I'm actually gonna say I'll probably go to game 4. I think Big will take it in 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, we saw many 3-0s yesterday. I think we're expecting a little less on that side today. Both of these teams, as you guys mentioned, very sort of, pace and flow motivated. Blah have had good moments in the season, but have struggled with that consistency. Big had a poor start to the season and then had some incredible results, as you mentioned, Boney, against Team Nemesis, being able to beat out some of the favorites for the league. So a really difficult matchup to predict. I don't blame either of you for going with both of your predictions. I don't think I could even sway either side. To be honest, I think we just need to find out in the server. I'm going to leave you guys at this point. You are going to be covering this first match between Blah and Big. So I'll say adios and I'll see you in just a little bit.
Sounds like a plan. Definitely looking forward to this one. I do hope that, well, yesterday's start, right, things were looking a little bit, like hoping for more, wanting more. I think this will prove to be a lot more beneficial. I mean, yesterday's conclusion, I wish I saw it. I really do wish I saw it. And I hope that the fireworks do continue on from this point forward. Should be a good one, should be a fun one for those just getting into it and unaware of what the format is for the playoffs. Good to know this is no longer playing all 5 maps, right? That we've done during playoffs, trying to get as many points as possible. It is going to be a best of 5, or teams higher seed will have to be able to pick 2 maps, lower seed will be able to pick 1 map, and the other 2 maps will be picked at random. So we will still play all 5 maps if we get to it, but if we don't, well, this means, the match ended up a little bit earlier. Either way, I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm beyond excited for this. We're starting to see the top echelon players go at it, and and one thing that's really interesting is how the pick ban order is going to be, where seed 1 actually gets to pick 2 maps, seed 2 only gets to pick 1 map, but the 3rd map is the randomized pick as well as the 5th map. And I don't mean me picking the maps, I just mean
wait, what? Come on. We can talk. We can talk.
I had something under the desk here the whole time.
Yeah.
What, you don't like Skelear Rogue? You're gonna play it anyway.
After Skelear Rogue.
But yeah, no, it's just it's very interesting how that could be. You can win your map pick. You could potentially lose your map, the next map, and then it's fair play at that point. And I like how it's set up that way, so that way you can't set yourself up to win map 1 and map 3, because if you do beat the other team's map pick, it's pretty much all she wrote. So it's a good way to kind of balance out the map and the rotation. So it's going to come down to how these players are going to pretty much prep it, because it's not like you're banning anything, right? You're not banning
No,
the map.
no.
You know, so there's a chance you'll have to play every single one of them. It's just which ones are going to come up first is the real question.
Yeah, and that can prove to be quite the boon, right? Just making sure that you're playing the maps that are favored, and bring it to that, that win, those 3 maps won first. If you can avoid that one map you really don't want to play, and it ends up being map 5, well, that's a lot more positive compared to, well, I guess I'm having to play that second or third. All of a sudden, it's just a bit more finicky, a bit more hazy. I was just looking a little bit to see what their result was during league play, because obviously all of our teams have encountered one another before. Last time around, Blah versus Big happened. It was a 3-2 victory for Blah. So even with all 5 maps played, it was still a close one. Though there were definitely some maps that were more favorable for Blah than they were for Big, particularly Meander, Orbit, and Marabelloo. Those were the 3 maps that Blah was able to win quite handily. 10-3, 11-3, and 10-4. Those are quite big differences. I'm very curious to see how Big is going to be handling that, knowing the history, right? Knowing those maps were the ones that they were unable to really get the grip on.
Yeah, and well, to be fair, on the other side, Big was able to beat Blah in Thriller 11-5. So kind of that same scoreline, but then it was a close match in Skelear Rogue, which was 10-8. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how these guys are going to bounce back. I wonder if they looked back and even checked to see, the last match these 2 did, and check to see how much has changed since then, because that was, if I remember correctly, that was round 3 or 4 or something like that. So they only saw each other, I would say not too long ago. I know round 5, excuse me. So that was about a week or 2 ago. So there's not that much time difference from when they competed and when they're going to compete again now. So we will we can only see what they're going to be able to pull off. There's so many things behind the curtains that these players may or may not be doing, whether or not they're training, whether or not they're focused on another competition. This is the last day of the Beacon Duel League, so there's a really good chance that these players were like, you know what, we already learned the maps, let's just see how it comes out. Or some of them are just like, nope, I'm going to still try to squeeze out that 1,000th of a second if I can, to really master these maps. And these maps, we saw yesterday how long these guys have been playing, and they're still struggling to complete these maps perfectly. But now we can talk about the maps. What it comes down to, whether or not these guys are going to be getting the order they are looking for, and Blah will be the first team to pick a map.
Yeah, and they get the 2 as well. Quite the big advantage. Again, map 1 and 4 will be picked by Blah. Map number 2 is going to be picked by Big. And we see the first 2 came out quite fast, actually. Marabelloo and Skelear Rogue being picked up. Blah picking Marabelloo, Skelear Rogue picking Big. Both maps that teams have won against one another. So that does make sense in terms of the previous results. And it does look like Orbit is going to be the final pick for Blah. So that's going to be map number 4, making Meander and Triller maps 3 and 5. So we are guaranteed to see some Skelear Rogue Big actively going into it. Very curious to see how that'll play out. But first off, Marabelloo, as mentioned, this was one of the maps where Blah was able to win 10-4. Very, very well performed in that regard. And I'm very curious to see how they will perform here against Big. I mean, Marabelloo, it's been a fun one. It's been a great one. What are your thoughts before we get into things?
It's going to be a doozy of a map, I feel, with the crazy beginning. So let's check it out here, Marabelloo. Duel League playoffs is starting now here on Marabelloo. Blah in the purple, Big in the green. Both teams are playing for their tournament lives, their league lives. They are starting down the lower bracket. For anyone just tuning in, this is the playoffs for sure, and I am expecting the best of the best out of both teams. And starting off, Blah on their map pick here on Marabelloo is currently fighting up in front in an ace position. Elcon and Josh doing a great job keeping Masa out of the little pack that they have going forward, and the jumps into the bug slide is always going to be determining something, and Elcon is going to be the one to make the big mistake. So now Josh currently on his own up in front, trying to play the defender to force at least a draw, but Masa doing a really good job getting on the inside. Grenade also looking to push, using the advantage of the wheels to just get the exact steering percentage he will need to get through that part. And Masa always saying tech abuse here, and being able to do that, and you can see he's just starting to get farther and farther away, using the hill for more speed. Josh tried to get in front of Grenade, but it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, Josh really trying there. He even got a bit more exit speed coming out of that last drift, but yeah, from Blah with a strong start heading into the first half, but the moment the wet plastic came into play, the pace was all but gone. Interest from Elcon there was definitely a bit wonky, and he was unable to recover from that, and Big just doing what they needed to do, kept their composure, and that was a seemingly easy ace, more attributed to the mistakes on the side of Blah, and Big just doing what they needed to do, and doesn't look like Blah is going to be able to recover anytime sooner. For the time being, Josh having some issues coming out of that 180 ice slide, leaving Elcon to fight things out with Masa. Gennady trailed behind by about 4/10 of a second, so once again it's going to have to come down to a mistake on the side of Blah this time around. Will Elcon have to re-entry? Yes, he does, and a great exit as well. Starts to get away just a little bit from Masa.
Yeah, this is going to be working out really well. Elcon knowing his teammates farther back, getting the communication, and being able to recover from last round where he made a mistake early. And this is exactly what you need to see from your teammates, where someone makes a mistake, be able to make the call out, and the other player just push to defend. Because the worst things were is that you don't want a victory or an ace you played out on, and you start to fall behind, especially this early. Getting ace first round puts you at a 3-0, and now with the draw, you'll be 4-1, so still within an ace reach of Big.
I'm just looking real quick as well at the times that we saw last time. Again, it's just nice to have this history between the two, if only for just one match. But the best times Masa and Gennady were able to drive were 107.6s. We've already been seeing 0.5s come by. Obviously, time has passed. Practice has been taking place. It's really a question of, right, how much is there? On the side of Elcon and Josh, they have been able to bang out 0.3s during rounds. And so I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to match that pace. So far, these first two rounds haven't been the cleanest necessarily. Elcon, unfortunately, was able to drive a nice one, but Josh with a bad landing into the watery plastic sector does fall into 4th place. Once again, the onus falls on Elcon to do some defense, but this time around, quite some distance from Masa and Gennady.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous if this is going to continuously be a trend for Blah as Big. Since they got that ace, all they need to do is start drawing. They can walk this one in and get the first map, and this is Blah's map pick, so it's going to be something you don't want to see. Josh isn't too far behind, so if a mistake comes out, which it looks like there won't be, it would have been a chance for Josh to be able to at least try to take an extra point, but it's going to be a draw. Yeah. Big still an ace reach away, and again, this is looking pretty good. That ace really did set up Big nicely, and at this point they just, like I said, they just need to walk it in. It's not that big of a difference, and I have to say, Elcon though showing his pace is kicking up with a 0.4 last round, with the world record being a 0.19, and okay, if that's what we're going to see pace-wise, I would love to see Blah do it together.
Yeah, that's the key, right? At the end of the day, this is a team competition. You got to do it as a duo, side by side. Elcon, because of his slower start, does find himself in a fight between himself and Masa, but Josh this time around leading the pack firmly in the lead. Gennady having some issues earlier on. Does mean that he is in 4th place, and Blah has the opportunity to strike back. Elcon now starting to get away from Masa. We've seen how fast he is on this fragile sector, and it doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. Gets the turnaround beautifully, and sets up for that final drift. The gap becomes larger and larger. Masa out of the commission as well will make Blah even things out on their own map pick. They have the pace, and it was just, I suppose, a matter of time for mistakes to happen on the side of Big. You just don't expect it to come from 2. And so the ace even things out 5-5. The advantage that Big was able to build up is gone just like that.
Yeah, it's scary when your opponents start to wake up, both players not making a mistake as they did in the first few rounds. And it shows you the pace they can actually play on this map once they both cross the finish line together. Masa definitely going to want to have a little bit of a rebuttal match after that one, making the mistake towards the end. He did have a bit of a chance to try and deny a full ace, just go for a victory. Crashes out at the end, so now Masa again, he's in the pack. Grenade, the farthest one back. Kind of a repeat from last match, except Masa's up a little bit farther and Josh and Elcon switch places. But we've seen these players try to push this plastic as hard as they can, and it works out pretty well for them. Grenade even starts to close up a little bit on the pack, but Masa falls back into P3. Elcon and Josh practically holding hands right now as we get closer to the end of this map. Josh and Elcon are just pushing farther away. Unfortunately, Masa starts to lose his speed, but something can happen here. No, nothing will happen except Masa making a mistake. Josh and Elcon looking pretty good and clean for another ace. And synced in it. Wow, 6,000ths of a difference between each other, and just basically just pulled out the double ace. That is a pair that won that match.
Yeah, they got the pocket aces going forward to help them out. We'll see what comes out on the flop, but so far, Blah has woken up, it seems. It took a couple of mistakes for them to be a bit of an awkward position, but they are in it to win it from this point on. They want their map pick to go their way, and they only need 2 more points to make that a reality. Elcon currently does lead. Josh is trailing behind just a little bit in between Masa and Grenade, who are managing to keep him away somewhat from joining up with his teammate Josh, though. If he is able to stay in 3rd place with current positions, that would be a map win for Blah. Still, though, Grenade doing what he needs to do, trying to get close, but the line wasn't quite there. Recovery not in position, and Masa now has to get all the way up front. But how are you going to be able to do that? Elcon is miles and miles away. I mean, yes, it looks like 2/10, but it may as well be a lifetime. Masa, yeah, just even if he overtakes Josh at this point, it won't be enough. But he is not one to slow down. He's not one to back off. But triple ace looks the way to go. 3 of a kind on the board, and a 0.2 from Elcon in rounds to shut things out. Big had a little bit of breathing room at the start, but yeah, Blah decided to wake up, decided to fight. No more funny business. Let's take it down. 11-5. First map going to Blah.
I gotta say, man, I don't know if you ever heard of a game called Balatro, but I tend to build a lot of my decks around 3 of a kind, and you see how strong of 3 of a kind can be, especially towards the end of the match. But yeah, Blah taking their first map pick, which is huge for them. But now we move on to Big's map pick, which is going to be Skelear Rogue.
This shit, it ain't go.
Big ready to make a stand, down 0-1 versus Blah. Had a strong start initially, perhaps rebuffed by the mistakes on the side of Blah, but now down 1 point does mean that they're going to have to make things happen on their one and only map pick, Skelear Rogue. And Skelear Rogue, we haven't necessarily seen teams actively pick into, but Big is feeling good, feeling saucy on one of those. But thus far, as we are underway on our first round here, it is Josh and Elcon in the lead, but we have seen that consistency and specifically accuracy is key to playing this map, especially when it comes to that finish. Thus far, though, a nice exchange between each and every one of these teams, but Josh and Alcon are beating big to the line at every single one of these turns. Josh slows down a little bit. Oh, Alcon with a bad transition. I mean, I say bad, just no transition onto the plastic right there. It's going to have to go for a restart. And I mean, this is a bit of a repeat of what we saw in round number 1 on our previous map as Masa and Gennady set up for the turnaround, but Masa crashes out. Josh keeps first place, so the best they can do is tie things up. Looks like that is going to be the case. Masa in third place.
I generally thought Masa wasn't going to make that one, and that could have actually turned into a victory for Blaz. He would not have had time to respawn and come back, but no, he thankfully just reached that one. So starting off with a draw, good for Josh to be able to keep his composure after unfortunate crash for Elcon. Or I don't even want to say crash, he just went the wrong way, kind of. But it happens. Sometimes you just start slipping and sliding in ways you don't want to go, and that's where it happens. But Elcon really turning it around on this one as he is way up in front early in the beginning. He actually took a little bit of a different line at the beginning to force himself to be so inside on the boost and be able to take it completely and allow him to push him all the way up into P1, and he's been holding this position ever since. Masa, though, in the back, P4, I would expect Masa to be able to do a little bit more damage against these guys, as he likes to say tech abuse a lot, and there it is. Right as I say that, he's able to push himself back up into the pack with his teammate and Josh, but one of them are going to want to try to see if they can get in front of Josh and be able to force it lead. Okay, never mind. I could just send Josh off, and thanks to my Cassicurs, I may need that hat again. And I ran out of tinfoil. Never mind.
Well, you know what? We also have Gennady coming out, and Josh does manage to get into third place. So it wasn't all that terrible at the end of it all. But Alcon just on a banger of a run, right? 110.3 to bring home that first place, making sure that the best Big can do is tie up, and instead they got something even better. They got a victory. It's only a singular point ahead, and we have seen in our previous map how fast points can swing one way or the other. But I mean, if there's one thing that Alcon is really good at, is having those strong starts, just being in first place and being comfortable driving in first place. He knows how to take these risks, and at the same time is driving the pace so high. Because if there is one thing that's been beautiful to watch thus far, it's been the pace between each and every one of these players. Gennady looking to challenge him for that, as Josh is unable to keep up with the rest of the pack. It isn't necessarily going down to mistakes, but look at how close Alcon, Masa, and Gennady are just there, hounding Alcon at each and every one of these turns. But I don't think he's realizing that, hey, by the way, those are your opponents. They're trying to beat you. Why are you not intimidated? I don't think he cares.
No, I generally think he just turns the HUD off and just drives. Elcon is one of those guys that can... Again, earlier I was saying, like, you know, you're trying to squeeze out as much time as you can out of every map. Elcon is that kind of guy. He rolls up the toothpaste and gets every single last bit of toothpaste. And as we go into the finish here, Elcon with the most speed for sure is going to be able to close that one out. A great round out of everyone. Even Josh, who wasn't too far. You know, this is one of those maps that even if you are 0.3, 0.4, even almost a second behind, that ending can just ruin it all for them. So it's not the worst thing in the world to just stay as close as you can to the pack, even if you fall behind. But Blah is now in the lead by 1 point. And on Big's pick can be a little scary. Again, these guys only have one life to survive through the playoffs, and they're going to have to win 4 matches in a row to win BDL Season 1. But right off the bat, the player that you really needed to be up in front is the one that made the early mistake, and that is Elcon. So Masa now may see an open window. Gennady not too far behind as well, but again, I've mentioned that ending. It can be scary, Boney. These guys are going to have to play as fast as they can to catch up to Josh, and then be able to pull off the finish line as well.
I mean, Alcon trailing behind by about 2 seconds right now. I was just about to say, with a map like Skelear Rogue, the risky versus safe finish, the gap is a full second. If not even more, if you are unprepared to go for the safe in. But Josh is doing what he needs to do for his team. Put up some defense, making sure that that point advantage still goes the way of Blah. And Gennady does have a bit more speed going into it, but Josh holds the line beautifully. Alcon can just take it easy from this point on. It's going to be a draw no matter what, but hey, you may as well cross the finish line while you are at it. So Still, the points don't really differentiate too much. Block keeps the lead, and Big's pick, slowly but surely is starting to drop away just a little bit. Still, though, not enough to be decisive, not enough to make a big difference. Ooh, Gennady would have been an awkward start. This means that Masa right now is going to have to get things out in first place, but then he cries. Oh no. So now Gennady is still there, but he had a bit of an awkward start, and Josh and Alcon a bit stronger does mean that they have the advantage, and they are in ace position, and we've seen from them 3 times already. They can solidify that.
Oh yeah, no, this is not a sight you want to see if you are a big fan for sure. Oh, Gennady ends up tagging the flag too. So yeah, no, this is starting to get a little scary, because once Blah gets that momentum cooking, from there it's almost impossible to stop them. We saw that in map 1. We saw how good Alcon and Josh were able to play as soon as both of them were able to kind of get themselves into it. Gennady making a huge mistake in the back and just pretty much out of this race completely. He's going to have to really pray for one of their downfalls. Josh ends up losing a little speed here, but he still lands it. Oh, Alcon is gone. Oh, there we go. Okay, see, this is what I mean. All right.
They're all dead.
Josh miss again. Guys, someone there is a safe line. I know you're Div 1. I know there might be a little bit of eco, but man, go for the safe. Well, not anymore, but a victory thanks to Masa getting first place, and we're going to be tied up now.
Yeah, Alcon and Josh both messing up that risky fin, allowing Masa to somewhat skate on by, despite a messy round that very much was attributed to a loss on the side of Blah more than it was a victory on the side of Big. Still, though, 2 points is 2 points. Who is complaining? Who's keeping count? You know who is. The scoreboard right there saying it's 6-6. Still, none of the teams directly able to win this map outright. A little bit of room, still a little bit of a breathing room in sorts, and as long as both teams are able to keep the pace that they have been looking at, I do expect that this is going to be a close one. And at the same time, though, Big, if there is one thing you don't want to be close, it's your one and only map pick, Gennady, in a fierce fight at the moment with Alcon Josh, unable to really be part of the competition at the front. But again, we have seen how detrimental and how impactful that ending can be. Alcon with a beautiful plastic section does manage to break away from Gennady, and we set up once again for that risky fin. Alcon and Josh last time around were unable to make it happen. How will the second time look? Alcon sets up, gets the turnaround beautifully. Josh is looking to stay just a little bit ahead of Masa on a 110.2 from Alcon, driving himself in PB in live rounds. If there's ever a time to drive PBs in live rounds, this is the time. That singular live that these players have been handed to try to make it through these playoffs.
I told you, Alcon is not done. He is still looking to get every single little ounce left that the map can offer. And of course, the tradition of you get a PB, your next round is terrible. And Alcon all the way in the back, but Masa said, don't worry, I understand. I'll join you in the back. Unfortunately, touching the wall and going back there. So it's a Gennady Josh show now, as the two of them are going to be fighting up in front. And I don't normally read Twitch chat, but there was a comment going back on my the whole, like, squeezing everything out of a toothpaste. And one of the things that made me laugh was, goes, Alcon is one of those guys that would lick the plate so you don't have to clean it. I saw that and I couldn't resist. There's a guy on TikTok that I watch that he will go to a game, like sports games, and he will call out people and say like some funny line and say you bum or you stud.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I felt like it was I feel like that was like you stud. But here we go into the final moments. Gennady's still holding up in front. Alcon has a little bit of speed, but it's not going to be enough. Josh will follow Alcon. And it will be another draw, but Blah now only needs a draw to finish this one out. A victory or bust at this point, and we could actually see an overtime if Big can pull it off.
Yeah, it's somewhat teetering on the brink of defeat. You know what will spell that even more? A full crash on the turnaround. Gennady completely out of it. Alcon with a bit of a sloppy start as well, so not necessarily all over and out, but at the same time, Gennady 10 seconds away. I'm very, very hard pressed to say Big has, well, any answer really. Blah, all they need is someone in P2. And we're gonna, look at that, 14 seconds. This is pretty much done and dusted. Blah just needs one player over the finish line. Well, I mean two. No, I should say two, because technically a victory is the only thing they can hope for. They can only hope for, well, at this point, Alcon really, he's behind by about a second to full crash or not make the finish or whatnot. Josh turning into a pinball machine, pinball in a pinball machine, any other way. But if Blah is looking at the situation, they should just go safe. Like, just go safe. Don't worry about it. Just get across the finish line. And Alcon doesn't listen to that. He doesn't care. But he makes it. Yeah, he makes it happen. In fact, Josh closes things out. Massa doesn't make the finish. That from the get-go, that is brutal. That is just brutal. It's gonna be an ace for Blah. And honestly, look at the way the ace came down to it. The only player finishing for that one was Josh, and at the same time, Blah didn't really need too much more. They just needed someone across the line in first, maybe second place, and you'll be fine. And I mean, what a waste, right?
The one thing I was going to say is that if Massa finishes and then one of the other players finished, but the other one missed it on Blah, which we have seen, we could have gotten the victory still. But Josh was smart. He went to safe finish. It didn't matter from there. He got first place, and he was able to work it out. So now we are on to the random map pick, which will be Meander.
Watch, you slip, you phone, do this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, shooting, you lights, shooting.
Map number 3 underway as we move on to the random map pick, which is Meander. Blah up 2-0, and the last time these two saw each other, Blah had a demanding win of a 10-3 against Big. So now we have to see if Big will be able to respond from the last time these two played against each other. And they have to at this point. This is their tournament life on the line, as Big doesn't even have one win. Maybe a reverse sweep coming, maybe a full sweep from Blah. We'll have to see as we move into this one, because right now we see Big are currently sitting in 3rd and 4th. This is not what you want to see to start off if you are a Big fan.
It's tough, right, to watch Gennady having a bit of a slower start, and it's been him stuck in P4 throughout the round due to that. Alcon and Josh putting in the work, right, getting the pace nice and done. It's just a risky fin up for them, and they could get an ace on the board. Massa also just unable to keep up, unable to get in between, and Alcon, he's just destroying. It's just, it's an ace. Look at his time, a 108.0. Are you kidding me? Alcon, what is happening? What is going? This is Alcon at his best, though. If this is the Alcon you encounter, it very much reminds me of last year at the I forgot the exact tournament name. Playzone. There you go. The Playzone LAN in Prague, where Alcon started off in 4th place. Just wasn't looking good. It was looking like Tween was gonna take it, and then Alcon turned on. And then all of a sudden, the world was upside down, and he was on fire, and there was no one, and I mean no one, who had an answer to what he was doing. That's the Alcon I'm seeing right here, right now. Just so strong, and even if things do go wrong, he's able to bounce back from things so easily, as if it never even happened. Gennady does have the lead, but he's missing his teammate. He's missing Massa. He's lagging behind by about 0.5 of a second, while at the same time, Gennady's being hounded down by Josh, and Josh, at the moment, does have the lead.
Yeah, no, Gennady really struggling to hold that lead. This map is very difficult, as there's so many moments where you're just slowing down. You have to squeeze out every single little bit of speed as you can. Speaking of squeezing out, we got the two of them going into the finish line now. Josh, oh my goodness, did have more speed, bonked the scenery, and I was getting a little worried that his car was going to rotate too much, even though he was ahead. And Gennady just, it's like when you see people at the track and they do that thing where they lean forward to get their chest over the line. That's what it started to feel like. That was a little scary of a moment for Josh. But Blah is still doing really dang well. Elcon, like you said, he's awake. He's ready to go. This is the Elcon I love watching when all of a sudden he starts putting PBs. He may even throw a world record on the screen for you. You see that he does have the league record, meaning that happened during league match. That's the best time possible to be played live in a match. So that's what I meant to say. Excuse me. It is currently 8:30 in the morning. I am sorry. But
I mean, yeah, you gotta be waking up. Elcon's awake. Don't worry about that.
He's
he
awake.
is there for you. He's got. You haven't had your coffee yet? Just watch Elcon play. You'll be right as rain, ready to challenge this day. I mean, it is Sunday. At the same time, though, relaxing a little bit. At the same time, though, for these players, it is Championship Sunday. And it does look like Blah is ready to take down Big. Again, it's just one life, and Big has been able to get on the board, and it doesn't look like this round is going to change the situation. 7-2. Blah ready to throw out the haymaker, that knockout punch to bring Big down for the count. Big is pretty much on their last lifeline from this point on. This is it.
And Elcon, again, with a 0.1 that round. That Elcon is just playing out of his mind right now. And I have to say, there's something I really do. Oh, Grenady ends up falling behind. I got to say, there is one thing that is blowing my mind, and it is the fact that Elcon and his, like a lot of them, mostly, but I would say Elcon has been the one doing the best with no slides. He's even doing better than Grenady, who has the wheel. And that is one of the reasons why he's getting these insane times. I've been keeping an eye on his lines, looking at everything, and as soon as do I need to get the tinfoil hat? I swear to God. Okay, Josh and Masa up in front, and that's as far as I'm gonna go, Boney.
There you go. I mean, change the subject, why won't you? But at the same time, Masa with a bit of an awkward landing into the penalty grass, allowing Josh to just be a little bit closer. It's going to come down to how the grass goes. Masa with a bit of an awkward line, and he clips over. Elcon takes over as well. God. And just like that, it is over and dusted. Your pick'ems are dead for those who pick Big, because an ace from Blah is the knockout punch. What a way for things to conclude, and Blah takes the match 3-0. I was really hoping for something more, just in general, right? Like outside of just wanting to see Big win, right? I as from our analysis point of view, did see Blah come out as the victor, but I do want to see a match, right? I do want to see both teams really go on. It's not as if Big didn't go for it. It just didn't seem like they were as fast as they were. Map 1 was their best map, and from that point on, things kind of went downhill.
You know what? There are so many competitions happening right now. Maybe Big is already set on the next one. They got as far as they did. To be able to even make it to the playoffs is still an achievement on its own with this competition. So maybe they made the playoffs. So they're like, all right, we'll see how we do, and we're going to be on to the next one. And that's exactly what's going to happen for Big, because they are officially eliminated from the Beacon Duel League Season 1. And so GG's to them, as Blah will continuously move on. And I guess we'll find out in just momentarily who they will be actually taking on in their next match.
Yeah. And I think while we get into that, I think there's somebody out there who wants to maybe have a chat about this. Like one of these concepts called analysis. I think I have the right person for them. I think it's going to be Babs. How are you doing?
Oh my God, you got it right. You're a wizard.
It's funny how you've got that sense, almost like you've got a Babs radar, which is almost a little bit worrying, Boney, to be honest. We've spent too much time together.
Maybe. Never enough.
Well, guys, strong performance from Blah to kick it off. I think Big, just not on the same level. I think, not as consistent. Blah looking good. Randomized, you were mentioning how well Elcon was playing. And that's a scary thought, not just for Big in that match, but for any team that Blah might be facing across the day. Because when Elcon is on his day, he can take down anyone. And that includes our two favorites, I think. We're starting off with a 3-0. We're not going to create a trend for the rest of the day. That's not what's happening, okay? No more 3-0s. Randomizer will get the tinfoil hat on if he needs to, okay?
I got to run to the store. I ran out of tinfoil.
It's behind like a little piece of glass. We've got a little. You need a break, in case of emergency. But yeah, 3-0 to kick it off for Blah. They remain in the competition and in the fight for those spots at the top of playoffs. But unfortunately for Big, they are going to be eliminated. Listen, guys, difficult match for them. As you said, Randomize, difficult for them to prepare for this one. They have other things to be focusing on. Do you think they'll be happy with a 6th place overall?
I generally don't think they will be. I mean, doesn't matter how much time they're going to put into a competition. They're both competitive. I've talked to Masa about it, especially like he wants to win. He always wants to win. And it's one of the reasons why I'm a big fan of his. I like the competitive drive coming out of both Masa and Grenade. So again, making playoffs in general is still a very hard thing to do in this competition, but I generally think they probably would have at least been wanting top 4 minimum.
Yeah, and let's remind everyone, Grenade and Masa finished 2nd and 3rd in the last Beacon World League season. We know what this competition is about. They lost that final to EPOS. Isn't in this competition, but they've gone down to Blah in this one, unfortunately. Boney, how far can Blah go? We mentioned how good Alcon's looking. Josh also looking quite good as well. We're waiting on who they might be facing next. In that other lower quarterfinal, it's currently 2 maps to 1 in the favor of Wheelsy over Galactic Baguettes. Do you think Blah has what it takes to take down either of those 2 teams, depending on who makes it through?
I think with what we saw today, I want to say yes, right? It's whenever it comes to, Alcon in particular, I mean, Josh is a relatively consistent player, right? He knows how to peak, and sure, he makes his mistakes, but it's never very extreme. When it comes to Alcon, it is extreme, right? It's either things are going very smoothly or everything is going wrong. There's no in between. And with the way he was playing in this match just now, it does look like he is eking towards that side of brilliance, right? Where he is just on point. He is doing everything he needs to do. He has his own line, as we saw on Skelear Rogue. Just getting that speed out. The PBs are flying left, right, and center. That is very, very scary for any opponent versus Blah, and it's really that, right? I do very much view Blah as a dark horse of sorts. I know Wheelsy has been the one we've named during the league play. That's the dark horse. But Blah, especially with Alcon, like it could definitely swing the other way very easily. But within a span of a day, with the way he is playing, it's very, very hard to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. Blah looking more horse-like and darker, I guess, by the second. That's a weird analogy. We'll move on from that one. 3-0 for Blah in their first match. They are looking very strong today. As I said, we are waiting on that Wheelsy Galactic Baguettes match to end up. Obviously, with this pick format, it is, a bit more interesting. I saw Big picking Skelear Rogue, one that they've traditionally not been very good on during the league phase, but maybe trying to surprise Blah with this one, especially as we know how challenging that end can be on Skelear Rogue. It's going to be interesting to see what that plays into and what that looks like in our next matches. But before we get to those, we do have to wait for that second match to finish. We are going to send it to a short break, but we will be back in just a few minutes. And we are right back into the action. Just a short break because that second match has just completed. Wheelsy coming out the victors over Galactic Baguettes. And I have to say, I know Randomize, you mentioned Wheelsy as a dark horse in this competition, but I really had my money on Galactic Baguettes in this one.
Yeah, no, I can understand why, especially because Galactic Baguette did have a good season overall. But I told him when it comes to Wheelsy, both of these players have been able to play under some crazy strenuous situations and be able to pull off some amazing results in past competitions, especially Mutta. Mutta is just, he's been up there. He's been playing in the World Tour. He's been playing in all the big pro scenes. So he definitely knows when it's time to actually, kick it into fifth gear, he's already in sixth gear. Like, that's just how he is. And when you have a confident teammate like that, it's easy for Wizzy to just be able to just, as I should say, whiz on through the tracks.
Yeah, and what's really interesting with their duo is when you listen to their comms and you look at Mutta's POV, they're very calm. They're very quiet and calm. They only say what's necessary. They only say positive things, which is an interesting dynamic because you can imagine another team, and I'll just say Blah as an example, where they're much more flow based, much more dependent on how they're performing at that same time. Do you think that's going to benefit them in the long run, Boney, to have that sort of mentality approaching these games?
Yes, yeah. It's one of the things that the most obvious thing is just go fast, right? We all know that. Why aren't you just going fast? And everything is okay. It's just fine. And obviously, these players are prepared for it. They know how to go fast, but sometimes you just don't have those moments, right? And it's especially in those moments where that is essential, right? To have a positive mindset, to have a positive attitude to things, right? It's very easy to be the predictor of bad things when you assume things are going to go bad and then they go back. Like, oh, see, they went bad. It's very easy to drop into that loop and to have, enforce each other, right? Have those short call outs of like, this is the situation. It's very factual. It's very accurate. And at the same time, if things do go wrong, or even if they go well, let it know like, hey, you're doing great. Or hey, didn't go too well. No worries, we'll get them next time. It just makes such a big difference in the mindset of players, right? It is still a mental it's both a mental game and a physical game of sorts between these two teams, especially knowing that you got to do it on at least 3 maps and win them to move on. I very, very much commend that attitude.
Yeah, and we'd expect nothing less from players like Mutta and Wizzy. You mentioned their characters before, Randomize. Such lovely guys, and obviously very difficult to be against them in any sort of way. But let's look at those previous results and let's look at the bracket so far as our first 2 matches have completed. Obviously, Blah versus Big. We saw Blah take a convincing win against the 2 German players, and Wheelsy edging out Galactic Baguettes. Looking like that dark horse that you predicted, Randomize. And now the match that we are going to be covering, that we are waiting just for the players to get into the server before we get in there and join them as well, is Blah versus Wheelsy. Let's take a look at that matchup in detail. Josh and Elcon looked convincing against Big, coming up against Mutta and Wizzy again. Such an interesting matchup. Now, I know, Boney, you backed Blah against Big, and you did so rightly. It was the right prediction to make. Round number 2. Who have you got in this one?
Oh, it's definitely getting a bit harder. I do think that with the way things unfolded, and obviously we did not see Wheelsy, right? We did not see the rounds. We did not see how things panned out. So there is a bit of a, missing information of sorts. But I'm hard pressed to say that the team that currently has the player driving PBs, driving league records, it's hard to say that they are not the favorite going into it. Despite that, though, it's still Mutta and Wizzy, right? It's still the wheel deal, if you will. And
no.
Despite all that, but I am saying it's not going to be a trio. That is my Boney guarantee. It's not going to be a trio.
Well, listen, that's all we can hope for, really, isn't it? To get those interesting and tight matches. And Randomize, you said they're a dark horse. I feel like you're going to be going with Wheelsy on this one. Is that a correct prediction from me?
I mean, look, this is the reality of it, right? I'm going to tell everyone right now that there was a secret with the script that Beacon has been writing. And that is the fact that there has been on YouTube a video called Behind the Wheel. Again, guys, come on. Sorry, my Jersey side was starting to come out a little bit, but yeah, no, I'm sticking Behind the Wheel. I'm going with Wheelsy again. I really feel like even though Elcon and Josh just had an amazing match, the thing is that they, big. I don't want to say they didn't put up a good fight. They did put up a good fight. The 3-0 on paper doesn't look like they did, but I swear, if you weren't watching last match, they did put up a good fight. But you're coming against Wheelsy. You're going against, again, some of the best players out there that have been in the grand finals against the GOATs. Like the best of Trackmania. It's going to be difficult playing against that kind of competition.
Yeah, and as you said, these players are only going to be gaining in confidence as the day goes on. And these matches are only going to get harder and harder. A reminder from this point forward, all of these matches will be covered right here on this stream by our lovely casters. So stay where you are, because the next team who wins the next match is going to be playing against the loser between Shift and Team Nemesis in that lower final. Blah versus Wheelsy is our next match. And guys, we're not going to change the script. Everything's working well. Everything's flowing nicely. We've got some good matches. So I'm going to hand it back over to Boney and Randomized. Guys, you've got a little bit more time in the booth, so take it away.
Yeah, it's another match, another set of opportunities presented to these two teams. Do they decide to go for the win or fall just short of getting into top 4? I think that's that would be the end of their journey, right? 4th place. I don't think either will settle with that. Regardless, though, the only way they're gonna have to do it is to do that to the other opponent. Exactly that, right? It's cutthroat. There is no in betweens. There is no second place. There is no we'll think about right here, right now, in the next hour. One of these two teams are gonna remain in the Beacon Duo League.
Yeah, there's always a winner and there's always a loser. And it's one of those things about competition. You feel like you're ready to go. You feel like you are ready to dominate everything, and you may be that team that's going to get knocked out. It's a, this is it. This is, like you said, it is the cutthroat moment. Again, we are still in the lower bracket, so no one has an extra life. You are on your final life, and it's going to come down to how well these players are going to be able to perform every single round. That is the hardest thing about Trackmania sometimes. You make a mistake, you start to get in your head, and then at that point you're like, please just end my suffering. Or you snap back into it and you go like, all right, go back into it. Listen, I'm an unk. I just competed yesterday in my own tournament. My hand was tired. I can't imagine how these guys are going to be, because someone here is going to be potentially playing 4 matches in total. They potentially, we do have the players up in the upper bracket. They could one of them could fall down and end everyone's chances of making the grand final here in the lower bracket. You never know, but at least someone here is guaranteed 3 matches in the to get that top 3, and it's going to be decided here who will be moving on to the top 3 of BDL Season 1, and who is going to be officially taking the 4th place, just missing the podium. That's got to be the worst feeling. Is like you are just there and boom, you're out.
Yeah, it's just things knowing that, right? It's gonna be a tough one. Interesting, just taking a quick look at their match results in the past. Ooh, does look like we're actually about ready. Never mind. You know what? You got that one waiting and ready before I get into it, because picks and bans are underway. Blah is the top seed going into things, and so they will have the 2 picks. Once again, it is a best of 5. Blah will be able to picking map 1 and 4, and their first pick, I don't think surprises us. They did it last map as well. It's Marabelloo with Wheelsy picking into Triller.
Yeah, I mean, Blah played really well last match, and they had shaky starts, and they were able to turn it around, and they go in and take the first map last match, as we saw on stream, and then they go and pick their fourth map, which will be Skelear Rogue, which after they just took on a big and beat them on that map, I would, it's probably like a confidence thing. Like, all right, we feel really good on this map, and Elcon was dropping PBs after PBs and just, like telling everyone, hey, look, maybe I practice offline, and here's your PBs. But, we're going to have to find out if he's going to get another one here on the first map, Marabelloo.
The gloves are off. The truth is out. No, I'm not going to continue that quote because nobody will get that. Either way, it's Blah versus Wheelsy, and this is the pick of Blah. They are feeling confident on this, and I did owe you guys a little bit of stats as we are underway, with a bit of a slower start. Alcon, Wheelsy, and Josh will be settling things on this first round. Last time these two teams met in this map, Marabelloo, it was a 12-5 victory for Blah, and yeah, I don't think this is that's rough. That's all I can say. Oh, and Josh, what is happening?
Oh my!
What is happening?
Is this Div 1 or Div 2? What happened? Like, we just saw an amazing match last match, and then I mean, to be fair, this is how it kind of started. Last time, Josh made a mistake, Alcon made a mistake, and then someone made a mistake again, and then ace. Like, you know, like it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the strategy. You set them up, you make them feel like, all right, yeah, we got a chance, and then boom, you hit them hard. And you know, it's funny how you say gloves are off, but Mutta and Wheelsy have the gloves on, Pony. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to grip the wheel.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You know, you say that, I just sat there and I went, they're gonna maybe you were right, and that's why Wheelsy made a mistake. Maybe his wheel slipped in his hand and things went wrong for him. So gotta strap in, lock in, because here we go. Ooh, again we see another mistake. Wheelsy, yeah, no, actually put your gloves on, Wheelsy. We were joking, please.
No, come on. What's happening, guys? No. I know water is wet, ice is slippery, but yeah, these starts are definitely brutal at the moment for Wheelsy. I mean, last round they were fortunate enough to have Josh falter as well, but this time around the Blah boys are back in town together. Alcon actually with a bit of a wide line there on the plastic, but still, gap's massive. Yeah, this is brutal for Wheelsy.
Yeah, this is a little uncharacteristic, especially last match where they just versed in Galactic Baguettes, and they did beat them 11-9. It was a close match for them last match. Mutta being able to pull off his best time with a 107.4, so maybe it will be a round or two, and then we'll start to see those times, hopefully, because this is starting to look like a beatdown. I think Josh and Alcon also put their gloves on, but they put the boxing gloves on because they are swinging, and they're swinging hard.
Yeah, just throwing out the hooks. That was a liver shot right there. And for those who don't know how that feels, that was a representation in terms of Trackmania. It is brutal as we are off for that third round. And this time, though, it is an early mistake on the side of Blah. So exactly what Wheelsy was looking for, hoping for so far. Haven't been able to drive a full, clean round together. This start is looking a lot better, though. It is Josh currently duking it out, trying to get in between the Wheelsy lineup. Mutta and Wheelsy do keep him close to him, but preferably they want to see him fall out. They want to see him fall by the wayside. That 4-point gap is just not fun to be looking at. This plastic water does usually is one of the places where things can go somewhat wrong, but it also can be the place for something to go right. And Josh right now is doing everything he can to just challenge Wheelsy on every one of these turns. But so far, Wheelsy is defending.
Wheelsy's doing a really good job defending, and Mutta unfortunately falls a little bit behind Josh, trying to find any way to interject this little team matchup that's happening, as Josh is going to end up unfortunately going a little bit too inside, has to release Wheelsy, almost went too wide, but made it work out for him, and that's going to be a response from Wheelsy, getting their victory, but it's still not enough. 3 points down now. Blah still with a comfortable lead, even though we saw a small mistake out of Alcon. He wasn't even too far behind, which is the scariest part, that you know, even if he makes a mistake, you know he's still breathing down your neck, ready for you to make any mistakes possible. And now we see Alcon back up in the front again, looking a lot better, you know, shaking off a little bit of a mistake, and Josh is joining him up in the front.
Yeah, Alcon in that sense is just like rubber, bounces back like no problem whatsoever. And when he is in there, right, they got a freebie. That's how Alcon is putting things down. You guys were lucky I wasn't there for that round because oh, never mind. Guys, I'm having to take care of this flat tire at the moment. Please do stand by. Josh can take over for me. You guys just keep going ahead, right? He's on a Zoom call. He's ready to give his big presentation, but then the internet cuts out. Fortunately for him, though, he has his brother in arms. He has Josh to come into the fold to keep the lineup. And actually, Moda now also just out of it. We see in the splits, it is going to be Wheelsy who takes over Josh in the end. And Alcon on third does mean that despite all the things that happen, it is going to be a draw. Blah will be on track point 7-4. I mean, we know how good Blah is at getting aces, but Wheelsy thus far, they have been able to keep someone in at least throughout these rounds. And right now, Wheelsy is doing what he needs to do for the team. Mudda has been having some issues.
I mean, yes, he has been definitely having some issues. Both Wheelsy players have been having a little bit of a trouble on this map, but Mudda is I don't know. Maybe something is going on, and maybe it's a little bit of a shaky start for them. They are going up against, I would say, a much harder competition compared to last match. No offense to oh my god, I put both of their names together in one word. Let's go. Galactic Baguettes. No offense to them at all, but after we saw what Elcon and Josh just did to Big, this is mean, guys. They have families. Come on. All of a sudden, they are flying. All right, Josh heard me. Thank you, man. He's like, all right, fine, we'll make it a fun competition. I'll drop back and we'll do another draw. And he does fall back a little bit. And it's really funny earlier where you were saying, Josh will take over. I got really confused because my IRL name is Josh, so I thought you were telling me to come in. I was just like, wait,
at what point that would happen, to be fair.
I was like, all right, we're dropping first names now. That's fine. I just wasn't ready for it. And I don't think Blah was fully ready for it, as, again, they had some really dominating rounds to just go into a second draw in a row. So maybe this is a chance for Wheelsy to kind of wake up a little bit, as we're starting to see Blah bend but not break.
Yeah, they're just keeping the gap. I mean, the gap is still 3 points, right? There is quite a lot of room for both Wheelsy and Blah, actually, to just keep this going for just a little bit, but it's getting quite dire at the moment for Wheelsy. Alcon currently in the lead, but Josh out of commission. Wheelsy and Mudda have an opportunity to make this gap smaller. They need to make this gap smaller. Another first place for Alcon will mean Wheelsy is going to put himself into a beautiful position of getting the map in their favor. Wheelsy looking to find any and all space to get by. The speed isn't quite there yet. Alcon does what he needs to do. The machine is on. Joel's will be popping out in chats as it's going to be another draw, and that's A-okay with Blah. Just keeping the pace, keeping the momentum, keeping the status quo. It's still track point. It's still not Wheelsy on track point, and Blah has the map in their hands, really.
Yeah, Wheelsy, ace or bust at this point. Blah have just been walking it in, and sometimes that's the strat. Like one of you pushes really hard, one of you maybe not so much. Elcon definitely has been looking like the guy who could push and really start breaking limits that Wheelsy will not be able to follow up. So Josh currently a little bit farther in the pack, and now getting a little bit more speed out of that one. And this is exactly the position Blah wants to be in. Close out this first map, their first map pick, and really get that confidence back, as we didn't really have any clean rounds. This is the first time we're actually starting to see a decently clean round out of all 4 players, where we can finally see them all cross the finish line right around the same time, as Elcon still holding up in front. Mudda trying to find any opening possible, and Josh goes a little bit wide, so did Wheelsy, so they fall a little farther back. Elcon ends up clipping, and Wheelsy's up in front.
No way!
We're gonna be tying this one up. We are going 9-9. Are you kidding me, Blah? You had the match in your hand, and you just threw it away.
Oh, it came down to that just final sector. that fragile part is such a hard one to get down, and it comes at the most crucial of times as well. And that wasn't even a part where things went wrong. It was that final drift, right? Alcon just barely not making it happen. 9-9. All of a sudden, just closing things out is ever more important. But Wheelsy, yeah, he is out of it for this one, and Muda needs to stay ahead. He needs to stay in first place, bring it to a 10-10, bring it to an overtime. Alcon, I mean, for as little mistakes as he has made thus far, they don't need to be happening right now. There is really any worse time for it to be happening, and you do see it right there, right? Just having a bit of a bad line onto the wet plastic, allowing Muda a lot of breathing room, and would be able to bring it to a 10-10. All Muda needs to do is drive clean. That's it.
Yeah,
just drive clean. You've got this, and that's... Yeah.
You can't let someone like Muda have this much space. He's going to drive clean. He knows how to save. He knows how to push lines still really well. Elcon making another mistake. So it's just Josh, and at this point, Muda is going to force the draw, and never mind. Elcon's mistake was so bad that let Wheelsy get up, and that's going to be it. Blah had the entire match in their hands, and they just threw it out the window as Wheelsy is going to actually take the first map pick, and this is where... Boney, I'm getting a little worried because this is where, I was talking about earlier how sometimes Elcon can get a little bit of a hothead and start to make more and more mistakes, and it starts getting in his head. It's part of that, the age thing. He's still young. It's still easy for them to mentally check out. So hopefully we're not going to be seeing that one. And we're going to be moving on to Wheelsy's map pick now, which is Thriller.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
Moving on into the second map pick, and that is going to be Wheelsy, as they were able to steal Blah's first map pick. And Thriller, he's definitely a thriller. This is one of, I would say, probably one of the slower maps in general. You barely pick up any speed at the beginning, and then you start taking off as you have to slip and slide and then lose all of that speed again in the no engine part. And then, of course, after you lose all that speed, you then got to slip and slide again into another 180. And this is one of those maps that just forces you to do all these things that are so uncomfortable and not your common mixed style mapping. And you can see these players have been doing a really good job working on this part, as Wheelsy is up in front, Elcon taking him on, and then the other 1v1 that's happening in the back, Muda, he's taking on Josh, but Josh ended up clipping the ramp a little bit and lost all that speed. So Muda is now going to be up in P3. If Wheelsy can hold on and not allow Elcon to pass by, they could start this round with a victory, and that would be a very good start to this map. And here we go. Okay.
Oh, no.
Wait, he did it.
He didn't. He lost speed. He lost speed jumping up. He did have enough to actually get up there, but he landed right before the block. And that was exactly what I was worried about. Oh, that was... I saw the landing from Wheelsy. I'm like, does he still have the speed to make the risk of it? And while he did, Alcon was just close enough to overtake. That was just a couple hundredths of a second. And Alcon, just, it's so important, right, to just keep driving. It doesn't matter what the situation is, even if it looks like you're guaranteed to be in second, third, fourth, whatever, just keep driving. You never know what may happen, and that was exactly one of those moments. So from a victory to a draw, Blah is able to keep the gap to what it is, but Josh with a poor 360 will mean that Alcon is left to defend with a nice first place, might I add, at the moment, being ahead of Wheelsy and Muda going through the no-break sector. Alcon does keep the lead in his favor, and actually only Wheelsy stays relatively close.
Yeah, Wheelsy, well, you said, okay. Do you need the tinfoil hat? Like, do I have to ship it over to you? Because it seems my curse is spreading, unfortunately. But Elcon, with a very good lead at this point, just has to walk this one in. and Wheelsy will follow Mutta into the finish line. Josh is pretty much out of this one. He's just driving the course, doing just checking to make sure the course is still intact and everything's fine after all the brutal beatdowns these players have been doing to these maps. But a second draw, 2 in a row, and that is one of those moments where you sit there and go, oh boy, are we going the whole way? All draws, maybe even in overtime, as we see a mistake come out, and that was, I believe, Mutta who made the mistake early, and then we start to see Josh fall behind. So now we actually are in a position to maybe not see a draw.
It could be, I mean, usually when we see these matches, it takes about 2 rounds at most for these drawn positions to start clearing up. We'll see if this time will be much of the same. As for the moment, though, Alcon with a beautiful line heading into the no-break sector puts himself in first place. One thing to note as well, while these players were warming up for the match, right, where they were in lobby, Alcon was able to drive a PB, a 105.0, and well, right now he is not showing any signs of slowing down. It really does come down to big mistakes, right? He's very comfortable in taking risk and comfortable in taking these tight lines. And, sometimes if they don't pay off, they really don't pay off. It's going to be a 105.4 for this one. Definitely a bit less quick than his PB, but at the same time, there was no real need. Mutta and Wheelsy behind by, almost a second, if a full second for Wheelsy. And it's going to be another draw. It is 3 rounds. It's going to be 3-3. Is it going to be another draw? Are we going to have 4-4?
The way it's looking right now, it could be looking, like I said earlier, it could go all the way. I mean, we got the 3 of the kind. We got the 3 draws. Maybe at this point, one of the players are going to be able to kind of smack their face up a little bit, wake themselves up a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I still got to wake up. But Alcon and Josh, both of them, they can really show what they can pull off here. Josh ends up tapping the wall a little bit, so Wheelsy and Mutta are going to be the ones battling Alcon on their own as Josh starts to fall a little bit behind the group. I don't want to say too far out of the pack, but Wheelsy just playing that defense role right now, just forcing Josh to stay out of this one. Mutta is going to be the one going for the push. Josh made a mistake in the back behind the broadcast, and Alcon now has to take on both Wheelsy players, and we could potentially be looking at another draw. Wheelsy going for the lower line, trying to build up more speed. He does, but he has to go inside. He ends up going a little bit wide, and that means Alcon is going to be able to jump in. Never mind, it was Mutta that was able to jump over past everyone, and Wheelsy finally breaks the curse, and we get our first ace.
And what a way to break it as well. I mean, it came down to the quarter pipe sector. Alcon with a poor landing going into the risky fin allowed Wheelsy and Mutta to overtake and secure that win. I mean, Alcon has been doing a phenomenal job thus far on the track, just trying to anchor things down, right? Trying to make sure that at least the points are getting in, because his 360 out of the 4 players thus far has been the fastest each and every time. He's been able to get ahead heading into that dirt turnaround. And Josh has been a bit slower in that. We'll see how this time around things will pan out. It's actually a bit of a role reversal. Alcon now the one in 4th place and Josh in 1st. I mean, a bit of a exchanging of the batons, but Josh, no! What is happening to Josh, Josh?
I don't know what's happening to Josh. Unfortunately, I can't transfer, Josh mentalities with the guy to figure out what's going on. I wish I could. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, no, that is rough to see. You hate to see someone's mental start going into the mud. Wheelsy and Mutta are up in front, and Wheelsy ends up going a little wide, which is completely fine. And that's going to be the pair of aces coming out now, and they're going to put them on 9. As we saw the first 3 rounds, a draw is enough for Wheelsy to take the second map. Yeah, my predictions starting to look pretty good over here, Bodie.
Yeah, I would not be inclined to disagree. It's looking like 2-0 may be the course in favor of Wheelsy, and I mean,
untouched.
At the same time, this is getting a bit worrisome all of a sudden, right? That powerhouse that Alcon can be is now going a little bit upside down, right? It's really all or nothing. It's back and forth. It's 1st or 4th, and right now we are in the number 4 era of Alcon, and everybody knows.
True.
Fans have to be in with the first and the last places. Both, what was that? That was Mutta and Josh, both having issues with the 360. Mutta coming out a bit more favorably versus Josh, but still, it's all 1 point that Wheelsy needs. And Wheelsy, he's on the third. He's not worried about it in any way, shape, or form as to what is going on. Even if he does have a little bit of a touch, there is still Mutta to back him up. And so with Wheelsy keeping the momentum, keeping the pace favorable, Alcon, all he can do is watch on as Wheelsy crosses the finish line with a 105.0, setting a league best with that as well. Talk about putting your stamp on this victory, and Wheelsy winning map number 2, 11-4. Blah, all of a sudden, from a strong map 1 that they kind of let slip away to the brink of defeat. I gave you my bony guarantee there were not going to be a 3-0, and right now, I don't want to be made a liar. That's all I'm going to say.
You know what? For my predictions, I would be happy if you were a liar, because like I said, I feel like Wheelsy can really put some damage on not even just this match, but the entire tournament. But we'll see if they're going to be able to handle the next map where they're going to be swinging around on Orbit.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment and on. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo.
Get ready to launch into orbit. It is reach for the stars situation for a block. Currently down 0-2. Coming in as the top seed, having 2 maps to pick as well, but right now playing on our first of random maps, orbit. It's a tough one, honestly, for Blah. They started out very strong. We're unable to close out map number 1, the map that they picked, and after a weak thriller, it's gonna have to happen all on orbit. Josh and Alcon fighting for the tournament life. Mutta and Wheelsy are there to, be ready to pick up the scraps, to put themselves in a fight versus the potential loser between Shift and Team Nemesis. Mutta with the first casualty in this round. It's looking somewhat favorable for Blah, but we're about to head into orbit.
Yeah, Wheelsy took some crazy wide lines there. I thought he was going to end up touching something, and instead it was Josh that ends up touching the corner, and that allows Mutta back into the fight. So now Elcon versus Wheelsy up in front as these are getting tight, close lines. It's getting even closer, but Wheelsy still being able to hold on, barely holding on, and it's going to be a victory for Wheelsy to start this one out. A good victory for Wheelsy if they want to close this with a 3-0.
Yeah. It's the first step of many for Wheelsy in that regard. They have the tournament in their hands right now. Blah, it's an uphill battle, right? They have to first sweep, which is kind of odd to say if you saw how this match started out. Alcon and Josh, every time, well, so far on this track, both times I should say, it's been 2 rounds. How much is every time? Coming out swinging quite beautifully. Wheelsy and Mutta keeping up for the time being. Wheelsy with a bit of an awkward landing though into the no engine sector. Does mean that Mutta right now is going to have to stop Blah from getting too many points. In fact, if preferable, just a singular point. Alcon and Josh don't have any message to that. They don't know what the meaning is of just 1 point. It's all or nothing for these 2 players. We've seen that many times already. Turn around once again, get the 360 out as Wheelsy just enters. The other 3 players exit, and Mutta and Josh are going to have to fight towards the line. Who dares to drift a bit further? Josh decides to be a little bit slower. Alcon having to respawn. Mutta with the overtake, and Wheelsy in third. It is going to be a victory for Wheelsy. We're seeing Blah somewhat fold at this moment in time. They were looking so strong, and all of a sudden, it's kind of the balloon that's been blown up is looking like it popped.
Well, speaking of balloons popping, Mutta accidentally just drove into a wall, and it's pretty much going to be down to Wheelsy for this one, as Mutta had a really bad start, but You know, Boney, I'm a little worried. It's almost like these guys got to remember it's a marathon, not a sprint. And it's like Blah used all of their energy in that first match to take out Big. And now they are struggling against Wheelsy. This is an opportunity for them to get an ace and start to take the lead. But we have seen them have an ace in their hands and accidentally throw it out the window already. So we can't even count out Wheelsy from the equation, even though he's already like 0.3 behind the pack.
Yeah, it's still mistakes that happen, especially towards the latter halves of the map. Wheelsy with a beautiful inside line, getting himself closer to Elcon, but crashing out at the end. I mean, one of the things that Blah's been struggling with is taking advantage of the mistakes on the side of Wheelsy, and well, this one was simply too large. Wheelsy full crashing is going to be behind by about 3 seconds, and Blah finally picking up an ace, finally putting themselves in a favorable position, but it was only the 1 round. Is 1 round just enough to break this? Is it a curse? I'm not sure if I want to call it that. Just don't bring out those tinfoil outs just yet. Blah is still ready to fight.
Yeah, no, they are still ready to fight, and then... Okay, no, break out the tinfoil hat. So what are you talking about?
Bring him out, bring him out. No, I was kidding, I was kidding.
Oh, God, production, can we just take the picture of me from yesterday and put that on screen? Because apparently these guys are definitely going to be needing this one, as Elcon is currently fighting Wheelsy in the front. Mudda is right behind and joining it, not too far, but it's going to come down to whether or not Elcon can hold on and start the draw phases and walk their way into the final moments, as Elcon barely hanging on, Wheelsy barely hanging on. I don't know what's going on, Boney.
It's not, well, I mean, there's a lot going on, and it's all pretty much just close to the wire, just so tight between these players. Mudda now trying to get closer to Elcon, and Elcon just, despite that small issue, was able to recover, get the line going. Wheelsy, though, not as much, though it is going to be a draw, but we've seen Blah put themselves in this draw position. They put themselves into a very favorable draw position, right? That 9-6 that we saw happen on map number 1. Slowly, you know, eking their way towards victory, and then all of a sudden it just blew up in their faces. What blew up in someone's face, though, was Mudda and the wall. Unfortunately, walls are still not able to be driven through. We're still working on a new patch. At some point, that's going to come towards you. I would love that. I'd be driving the best times, I'll tell you what. But for now, it does mean that the run for Mudda is somewhat over. We'll have to hope for a bigger mistake on the side of Blah, who at the moment are in a tough duel with Wheelsy, who has taken the reins as we head into the second half of the track.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for Wheelsy to be able to keep it at a draw, even though that will give Blah the track points. It's still going to be close enough for them to be able to swing the match into their momentum, into their favor. But we saw last round everyone started having some weird wonky moments here. It's working out a little bit better. Wheelsy still holding the front, trying to get a good exit speed out of that orbit, and he does. Elcon just right behind him, though, but we've seen both of these players be able to push like crazy, and Elcon has more speed and be able to take that one. That's a victory for Blah, and they are starting to run away with this one.
8-6. Again, the favorable position for Blah. This is a random map, so Blah still having that map pick in Skelear Rogue. I should add that as well on map number 4. And I mean, at this point, it's, you know, we were already talking about last life. Blah looks to finally get that second win to bring life towards their tournament, and yeah, it's still a tight one, though, right? It has come down to mistakes on the side of Blah that have allowed Wheelsy to really get back into the fold. I think not even that. I think it's more Wheelsy, whenever they do make the mistake, Blah hasn't been able to take as much advantage of the situation as compared to how Wheelsy takes advantage of mistakes on the side of Blah. Right now, though, Blah has been driving quite well on the track. I'm not going to expand on that too much because you never know what's going to happen, because Mudda is in the lead. Wheelsy is trying to get in the fold again. We'll see how close players decide to get to this black hole to orbit around.
Yeah, they were switching from draw in one position to draw in the other position as they're switching back and forth, and Mutta unfortunately makes a mistake, and again we are still getting a draw again. They literally
Another
kept
draw.
flip-flopping back and forth, whether Blah was first and fourth and then Wheelsy was first and fourth. There was a moment for Wheelsy to be able to capitalize on a victory, but now we are at the final round, the infamous 9-7, ace or bust for Wheelsy. Blah just needs to walk someone into second place.
That's all it takes, but we have seen that go wrong once. Will they be haunted by the ghosts of their past, or will they have to be happy that Wheelsy made a mistake? Again, they need to be able to take advantage of the mistakes of their opponents, right? And it's not as if Wheelsy is completely out of it, but it should be enough. It should be more than enough for this map to go the way of Blah. Will we break the 3-0 curse? Alcon and Josh at the moment are saying yes. Mutta is the only one able to respond to it, but he is struggling to get ahead of both players, and even then, it's not enough. He needs Wheelsy with him.
Wheelsy is closing in though a little bit. He's starting to push his way in ever so slightly, but yeah, no, unless some major mistake comes out from Alcon and Josh right here, they both even took that drift a lot more safe. They knew they didn't need to push it as hard. And just like that, Blah finally on the board after getting smacked down twice, but they're not out.
Not out. The 3-0 is no more. It is 1-2 for Blah. We go to their second map pick, right? They had that advantage going into it, and what a way for it to end if they weren't even able to get to that point. Regardless, though, it is quite the uphill battle. It's still looking somewhat precarious for the players from Blah, but map number 4, second map, Skelear Rogue, is going to have to play to do it. Let's draw things in red and let's see the blood flow.
This shit ain't go.
Here we are on Skelear Rogue, the second map pick for Blah, and the only map left that a team has decided because of the fact that the last map is a random map pick as well. So it is important for Blah to be able to step up on their own map pick. The last time we were on Blah's map pick, Wheelsy was able to win that one, but Wheelsy himself ends up falling pretty far behind at the beginning here. Mutta is the one up in front, playing on the defense end now, as he will have to try to force a draw. Alcon goes for a very inside line, but doesn't have the exit speed that Mutta will have, and really nicely done by him. But Alcon still able to survive the slip and slides, get himself all the way up in front, as Mutta now has to try and find a way to push to avoid Blah getting that extra point as we go towards the end. The risky finish that has claimed so many lives into the spin. And it looks like everyone's got it. Mutta might actually have more speed. He does! Alcon had to do some weird, like, turning and stuff to just hold on, and unfortunately ate up too much track.
The right term for that is the slippy, slidey, wheelsy, widey, as Mutta right there was able to get the snipe down, and at the same time Wheelsy going for the safe finish, making sure to get points on the board regardless of what happened. Was I think a good call. It's going to be a draw, and I think from that situation, that is exactly the best situation for Wheelsy in that regard. This one, though, is looking a lot more favorable for the boys with wheels. It is Mutta firmly in the lead by about 0.2 of a second. Josh and Wheelsy duking it out side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and trying to take over one or the other, but thus far, it is a brutal fight. Alcon, we know he is very good at catching up, but I think with a gap of even 4/10, it's going to be hard to say that'll actually happen without a mistake.
I generally think he slows down on that one drift so that he can actually have a much more straight line on that downhill slip and slide moments, as unfortunately Wheelsy makes a mistake, so it's going to really come down to Mutta being able to hold up the front and force another draw. Elcon and Josh are going to join Mutta into the risky finish, but Mutta has enough speed to hold that front end, and Wheelsy is going to go the safe way. Smart by him. I have to say there is something that's very impressive with Wheelsy. Their decision making is really good. I've noticed Wheelsy is one of the only teams that really do make the decision on whether you need to risk or safe, and it's not a lot of teams tend to take advantage of that, especially Blah. Blah is definitely not one of those teams where they'll be like, oh, we're ahead, you know, we should probably go safe. They're like, no, world record, now.
Push it, go fast. Very, very true. But sometimes risk is what it takes. Risk is what you need. And going down the hole is definitely not it. This is not a Hankasme map. This is definitely one from Vixa. And well, there are holes. They're not in the way at the finish with ice. It is Elcon and Josh taking advantage of that. Fruits of their labor are potentially paying off. We had 2 draws. Wheelsy currently setting up the chase, having to defend the points, but is unable to really match the lines, right? He's looking a little bit wonky going towards the plastics transition, but Elcon having issues getting out of the plastic will put the onus on Josh and Wheelsy. He has been going for the safe fin, but he has to go for risky right now. Nope, he doesn't care. He still goes safe. He allows Josh to get in, but Josh doesn't make it. The right call has been made. The strategy, risk versus consistency versus, you know, just taking it easy, has gone the way of Wheelsy.
You know, I gave the compliment, but part of me also now thinks that Wheelsy just might not be confident with that end. He might just always go safe and say whatever. Hopefully they make a mistake. It ended up working out in his favor, and because of that mistake, and because Josh also went safe, that allowed Mutta to come up and take P3. So a victory for Wheelsy now. They are in the lead. And again, Blah has their backs against the wall. They cannot afford to let Wheelsy be in the lead in the score at all, because at this point now they could just start looking for draws after draws, as Mutta has a very good lead. But we've seen time and time again where Elcon will be behind. He does this thing where he drifts on the inside. He gets a little bit slower exit speed, but that allows him to drive a little bit more straight here on all the slippy slide parts, because now he's even been able to catch up to his own teammate Josh, and slowly but surely trying to build that speed to catch up to Mutta. But Mutta's doing still a great job holding that front end. Elcon is just a master on plastic. He doesn't matter how much he's sliding around. He's getting so much speed. He goes a little bit wide here to set up a more inside line. Try to set up the best way to get into this one, and more speed potentially. Yes, he does. We get a victory coming out of that. Wheelsy even joins them in the risky, and we are all tied up 5-5.
Yeah, that was the right choice. What a round from each and every one of our players right there. That was beautiful to watch. That is the top level track mania that we are out here looking forward to. These moments of brilliance, these fights to the line. That was a great one. This one doesn't look like it's going to be a repeat though. You know, you got to get you good with the bat. And unfortunately, Elcon with a big crash right there does allow himself, allow Wheelsy to get into a favorable position, and especially towards that strategy part. I mean, I was a bit surprised Wheelsy actually went for the risky fin, because risky versus safe, Wheelsy can somewhat afford it, right? They know Blah will take the risk. They know they will put themselves under that pressure, and they still are in the lead. They are up 2-1, and Wheelsy currently putting that pressure on Josh, knowing Josh will, you know, bite if he needs to, and hope for a mistake on Josh's side. So far, unable to find it. Josh actually beautifully true to plastic. Wheelsy not so much, and Mutta starting to get caught up too.
Yeah, he's getting a little caught up too, but, you know, we didn't really mention it, but Mutta is the world record holder, so I wouldn't be surprised if he has the confidence to not worry about too much, and exactly that happens as Mutta will be able to walk this one again. But yeah, no, I didn't even think about this, but why would you pick the map that the team you're versing has the world record holder?
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Maybe it is the performance they had in the previous match against Big. Maybe that is what very much to infuse them. Maybe it is that risk, right? Maybe it does play into the wheelhouse of blah, but you know what? Wheels, walls, they all look the same to them. It is going to be Josh only left alongside Wheelsy. And Wheelsy, I say alongside, he is trailing behind by quite a bit together with Mudda. Still, Wheelsy has the lead. They are 6-7, but a draw, while favorable, while still putting themselves with a 1 point deficit, it's going to put Blah into track point. And it's a matter of, at some point, these risks that Blah have been taken, surely they'll pay off, right?
Yeah, no, I would say so, but Wheelsy is pushing up in. He's up against Josh now. They are neck and neck as they are about to go into the risky finish. Wheelsy knows he has to go. Mudda makes the smart call and goes safe, and Wheelsy with so much more speed, and it's about gonna turn into an
Josh
ace.
doesn't make it.
That's it. That's
done.
it. We're done. We're done. Blah has officially been eliminated. Wheelsy will be moving on in the BDL playoffs.
Well, that's I guess what happens when you decide to pick the map with which your opponent is a world record holder on. Wheelsy winning the match. Blink and you'll miss it. 3-1. And with that, Blah is going to be eliminated from the tournament. That drive, that fire that they had against Big, seemingly somewhat put out, turned into a bit of a candle, honestly, as there were these moments of brilliance, but not quite enough. It was the consistency, the smart play from Wheelsy that put themselves into a favorable position, winning the match 3-1. So yeah, with that, our 3 to 6 seed, the teams have fought out between one another. Who is allowed to fight up against those top 2 seats that we had during the playoffs? But I think this is one of those things that
we need someone smart
person for this.
We need a smart person.
We need someone intelligent, somebody who can actually translate what it is that we're saying without having to put on a tin hat. I got just the right person. It's the couch.
It's the
That's
couch.
Right. Couch, talk to us. What is going on? Oh, hey, Babs. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we were talking to Couch, but hey, if you could. Yeah, no, the left cushion specifically, yes.
Okay, so I'll pass the message on. Don't worry, no worries.
Yeah. Please do.
Okay, fine. All right. In the meantime, anyway, should we talk about that match, Blah versus Wheelsy? I think the decisive moment came very early on in that match, and I think that was Wheelsy winning Marabelloo. It's a bit of a smash and grab, if I'm honest. In a sense, it looked like Blau were the best in Marabelloo, even though both teams are having poor performances, it seemed like. But Wheelsy getting that first point on the board then leads them to getting that second map and being on match point. And from that point forward, it's always an uphill battle for Blau. But not able to close it out. Wheelsy, randomized, you called it. You called it from the top of the show. They're making their way through this bracket. They're getting closer and closer to that grand final. Are they going all the way?
I really hope they do, and thankfully that was my last time being here on the broadcast for the season, so I'm not around to curse or jinx anything. I'm not even going to be watching. Unfortunately, it's a Sunday morning for me, and being a Catholic man I am, I have to go play the organ at a church, so I won't even be able to watch. So if anything goes wrong, leave my name out of it.
I mean, equal levels of excitement, really, between watching Beacon and going to church. I mean, we will
definitely.
Listen, throughout the day, probably the players have been hoping and praying, at least, that you weren't casting their matches. And, well, I mean, you won't be from this point forward, so nothing to worry about for everyone. We'll keep the tinfoil hats on, by the side of the table. We won't need to put them on just yet. Wheelsy, strong performances so far. 2 wins from 2, and they've knocked out Blah. We have lost Big, we have lost Galactic Baguettes, and now we have lost Blah. Lower final, Wheelsy have booked their ticket to face the loser of Shift against Team Nemesis, which is going to be our next match in just a short while. But before we get to that, we do need to have a chat with our winners, with Mudda and Wheelsy. They are just getting ready. We are going to have an interview with both of those players, and I think that's something that everybody should be happy about. We mentioned how lovely these guys are, but also how fast they are on the track. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they thought of that one and what they are going to have to say about that match. I think going forward, looking at Shift and Nemesis, Boney, do you think so far Wheelsy have shown enough to be considered a threat to those two teams?
I do think so. Yeah, I think specifically the way they play is really what it comes down to. Obviously, we all want to drive fast. Obviously, we want to win rounds, but it's been there, and I suppose that attitude, right, that you alluded to during the pre-show, of them just keeping comms clean, keeping it very much to the facts, but at the same time making sure we're the positivity is still there to keep the momentum going. Maybe that is part of how they were able to take Marabelloo. It was looking like a dire situation, right? 9-6. It could just be one, right? It could just be the one. And they were able to persevere. They were able to endure. They showed that they have what it takes to keep things going in situations like that. Shift and Team Nemesis, both formidable teams. It's definitely not going to be an easy one. But for the time being, the dark horse, in the case of Wheelsy at least, is galloping away, and they got their hands on the wheel. Where the gloves were off initially, they found them, and the grip is there.
They found the gloves, they found the stock, they found the hidden storage place of all those gloves, and they put as many on as they could. Do you think Blah, with their performance, they look so strong against Big, but it just fell apart, it seemed, after that loss on Marabelloo? What went wrong? Are they going to be disappointed with that, or should they be happy that they got this far?
Honestly, it's a generally hard to say at this point, because we saw how well they were able to perform in the first match. Just to kind of turn it around like that, it's not something I was expecting. I don't know. I know I wouldn't be happy with it, and I'm pretty sure they were not happy with it either.
Well, yeah, it sounds like, a question asking somebody, are they happy that they lost? Most of the time, the answer is going to be no.
No, I mean, just not making it as far as they probably feel they could have, at least.
But when somebody loses, somebody does also win. And in this case, the winners were Wheelsy, Mudda, and Wizzy. Let's get them in to get their reactions on that match. Guys, congratulations on the victory against Blah, against Elcon on Josh. Wizzy, let's get your reaction first.
Hello.
Were you surprised? Because we felt like that first map, Marabelloo, was going the way of Blah. Do you think that was the turning point for you guys, that from that point forward, it seemed destined that you were going to win this match?
To be honest, not, at least for me, not so much. I mean, it was obviously a good confidence booster. But, the players at this caliber of Josh and Elcon, like, they can easily recoup and easily beat our map picks. So it was a confidence booster for sure. Especially with the fact that we're able to kind of come back was, like I say, it was a good confidence booster. But I do think it was I do think it was fate, for instance. I do think, but it definitely gave us the upper hand mental wise, I think.
And we've seen you guys build throughout this competition. You had a good performance, it seemed, against Galactic Baguettes, definitely a confidence booster. Now you've taken down Blah, which we saw in mainstream looked very strong against Big. Your next match, you're going to be facing either Shift or Team Nemesis. I want to ask you first, Wizzy, do you have a preference between those two teams?
To be honest, I mean, both are more than capable of winning this league. I think, to be honest, I mean, it will just be fun. It will just be enjoyable to play against both Nemesis and Shift. I think both teams have different strengths in the maps they have, but fundamentally they're both incredibly strong. So I think, it will just be a bit of fun. So I don't really have much of a preference, really.
Have Mudda coming in as well. I mean, we had both of you, obviously, congratulations. Myself, looking at the match, obviously we Shift Team Nemesis coming up, but one of the things that I noted from your previous match was the way you guys were handling Skelear Rogue. I mean, it's already quite the precise map, and we have seen how the ending can be a tough nut to crack. But you guys seem to take it quite strategically, I feel is the word to use it, going for the risky, going for the safe, and even in situations where you'd be wondering like, I'm not sure about the safe. Was that more of a response to knowing how Blah plays, or is Is that something that you feel comfortable with? Like, just make sure you get someone in and go from there.
Sorry, what? I spaced out for a sec.
Oh, that's all right. Just shortly recapping your strategy on Skelear Rogue, specifically that ending. Is that something that you went about the safe, risky for you, risky Wheelsy safe? Is it something you decided on blah, or just a general thing you feel comfortable with doing?
It depends on the round and like if we need the points or not. And seeing the gap far behind to fourth place, we're just like, all right, whoever's behind, they go safe. Just make sure they get at least a point on the board, just in case the risky person misses.
Oh, listen, it seemed like it paid off in that one. I asked Wheelsy just before you came on, but if he has a preference between Shift and Team Nemesis, and he gave a very, nice answer that both teams are very good and it'll be fun either way. But I want to know from you, from your competitive side, seeing both of those teams, do you feel one is weaker than the other? Do you have a preference of who you'd like to face in the lower final?
Well, given that they're top two, I don't think it matters who we face. It's going to be a tough match. So I just want them to play to map 5, wear each other down as much as possible. I don't care who we play.
Oh, listen, we can put that into the script. We can work that out. We can get some tinfoil hats in here and make something happen. Guys, anything you want to say before we let you go? Obviously, you've got a little bit of a break now whilst the other match goes on. Wheelsy, anything you want to add before we let you go?
I'm hungry. No, I'm looking forward
hungry.
to that today. Hi. But it's been a really fun, enjoyable league. It's been really, really fun over the time. So yeah, big thanks to all the people, all the staff to contribute to this. And then also everyone supporting myself, but also as Wild as well. So yeah, a big thanks to everyone supporting us.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of people are rooting for you, even some people on this broadcast. Mudda, anything you want to say to all the people out there?
Well, first of all, shout out to this Giga Chad British wheelman for carrying me through the round robin. I've been playing like a bozo, and only now I finally matched him. So yeah, big shout out to Wheelsy for carrying me this league. And also to everyone who cheers us on, thank you very much for your ongoing support. I'm a bit awkward with this kind of thing, so yeah, I don't really know what to add to that.
That's fine. More cheering is required with more matches to be played, guys. You're going, it seems, all the way. Hopefully, maybe, potentially for you guys, we can get you back on the broadcast for another interview after potentially another win. But for the moment, congratulations on your victory against Blah, and thank you for joining us, and best of luck in the next match.
Thank you
very much.
There we go. We'll say goodbye to Wheelsy and Mudda. We let them get prepared for their next match, and we need to get prepared for that upper bracket final. It is going to be Team Shift facing off against Team Nemesis. It's 1 and 2 from the league in Division 1. You won't want to miss this. We'll be right back.
We have to summon the orb, I think. Can we summon the orb? Can we do it? You take the left, I'll take the right. Yeah? Maybe. So, come on.
Oh, the action never ends. We got rid of one American on the broadcast, but obviously on Beacon we have a quota. You know, we need to keep one on the broadcast at all times. So Legion has gracefully accepted after much convincing to join us today, and he's joining us for one of the most important matches. Legion, we've played a few matches so far. A few teams have already been eliminated. Wheelsy are looking strong, and now they're waiting for their opponent, Team Shift versus Team Nemesis. Are you excited for this match?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at two of the best teams in Division 1 finally going head-to-head in a point of the event where it's not just you lose, that's whatever. It's you lose and you're potentially on your way out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's well, it's not exactly do or die, but if you don't get it done, then you are facing Wheelsy in that lower bracket, and seeing how they're performing so far, that does look like a scary prospect. Now, Boney, we saw Team Shift take first place in the league. Team Shift take first place in the league in Division 1 ahead of Team Nemesis. We saw that final match that they played. Do you think that makes them favorites in this matchup?
It's a bit simple to say. I would believe, honestly. Shift, Nemesis, all four players, honestly, as strong as they come. With Mime and Pusta Tobacco, right? Two TMGL players, but at the same time, New Prime and Loso, right? Players to be slept on, as Ipos mentioned, way back during qualifiers, and they have been able to prove that as well. It's honestly a fight between titans, a match that is deserving of one going to a decider with like 12-12 overtime, honestly. If there is ever a coin flip, this is one of them, and it's just going to be fireworks.
Yeah, fireworks expected, fireworks anticipated. Hopefully we do get some, similarly to that last promo relegation match that we had yesterday. All four of these players are extremely talented. They showed it throughout the competition so far. Well, let's take a look at the bracket so far today. Let's make a point of the matches we've seen so far. Obviously, we had that first match, Blah versus Big. We said Blah, they're looking really good. They came up against Wheelsy. Wheelsy were just better in that one. Unfortunately, they got eliminated in that one as well. We have 3 matches remaining. 3 matches remaining across the season, over a month of competition, and it all comes down to these last 3 teams. Let's not forget there's some prize pool on the line, some money on the line as well. We haven't mentioned it too much, but it's a nice sum of money. So these players are going to want to get their hands on that as well. But guys, I am going to have to ask you for some predictions. Boney, you casted the last 2 matches. You've seen Wheelsy. You've seen them play. Who do you think they're going to face? And who do you think is going straight to that grand final?
I mean, I mentioned, right, it is that coin flip. It's a heads or tails. I'm not sure if anybody has weighted the dice. Man, it's a hard one. I think Shift. I honestly, I could easily, if my if the sun was in just a slightly different angle, the wind was just blowing a little bit differently, may have been the Nemesis, but I'll for this time and point in time, I'm gonna say Shift, and I'll close my eyes and see what happens.
Listen, I think you can make a case for both of these teams. Saying Team Shift, you know, you're not pushing the boat out too much, but it would be similar even if you did say Team Nemesis. Legion, I would ask you for your prediction, but considering how Randomizer's track record has been, I want you to tell me, who do you think Randomize is going for in this match?
Oh, let's see. If I know Randomize, I feel like he would be a Nemesis player. I don't know.
Okay.
Part of me feels like the vibe would be there. That's just where I would go for Randomize, obviously. And I know you didn't ask, but if anybody remembers back during, like, I think it was the group stages, I said that Shift would go all the way to finals and Nemesis would go out in semis. So, again, you asked Boney who goes to finals. I say Shift and Wheelsy.
Shift and Wheelsy in finals, even jumping the gate a little bit there, getting ahead. Getting ahead of yourself, maybe. We still do have a match to play. We have to see Shift take on Team Nemesis. Boney, thank you for your efforts across these first 2 matches. You go get a break. We'll see you a little bit later on, but for the moment, we are going to make it just me and Legion for this next one. Okay, folks, Team Nemesis versus Team Shift. These are the two teams that a lot of people have predicted to take the overall win. And that's not only starting now. They've been predicted since the start, even before open qualifiers. They were some of the names to look out for. We saw Team Shift take the win over Nemesis in the league phase. We casted that match together, Legion. Do you think that it's going to be a similar story today, where it kind of seemed like Shift were a little bit better prepared, a little bit just a level above Team Nemesis, or do you think it's going to be a slightly different story today?
I think we could see things go a slightly different way. But I think if it does happen, it's going to take a monumental effort from Nemesis. Shift is not a team to really be pushed around that easily. If you want to win, they are going to make you work for it, and it's going to suck every step of the way. So I think that, I think Shift has it, but Nemesis could, depending on how the cards fall.
Yeah, and look, we spoke to Mime a few times across this season as well, where he expressed, sometimes he was a little bit inconsistent. He was annoyed with his performances, but every time that happened, he was able to pick it up in the next match. He would get on his own case and he would say, okay, I need to do better here. And he would do that. He would get the results, which meant that, they only finished 3 points behind Shift in the league phase. And despite despite Shift taking that win during the league phase, I find it difficult to find any difference really between these two teams. I think it's just going to come down to whoever has the best performance today. They haven't had any warm-up. They haven't played these matches with Wheelsy or blah. They are going straight into this one, and they need to make it work, or else they'll be dropped to that lower bracket. Now, New Prime did mention in some of his interviews that they do sometimes do warm-up matches. And I know that was the case for the league phase, where they could play maybe against some, Division 2 teams just to get into the groove. But in these playoffs, I'm not sure if that is going to be the case. What do you think these teams might have done differently, or might have introduced to their prep going into this week?
If anything, it would probably, obviously, the practice you do just anyways on their own. I wouldn't be surprised if they did some 1v1s, if they just set up a server in whatever club and then just ran it by themselves as a way to sort of get into that competitive groove. I don't think that they're contacting other teams, especially at this stage of the game. Maybe some of the D2 guys like you've mentioned, but yeah, if anything, it'd probably be in-house 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely fair enough. Just keeping that pace and getting up to pace maybe on those maps that you will be missing. We will be getting in to that pick and ban very shortly. We've seen the difference that pick and ban can make as well. We haven't seen these two teams play just yet, not today. In the league phase, they had to play all 5 maps. It's going to be best of 5 in this one. So first to 3 takes the win overall in the map. It's going to be interesting to see who wants what map, who takes what pick. Obviously, highest seed coming into this is going to be Team Shift because they were first place in the league phase. Do you have any inkling, maybe, Legion, obviously they were strong across all 5 maps, but maybe where their preference might lie?
I really don't know. Like you've mentioned and like everyone else has mentioned, these two teams are incredibly close to each other. So it almost feels like a bit of a toss-up as to who's actually going to win. We could look at times, we could look at, personal best, we could look at averages, we could look at finishing positions in matches played. But I really don't think there's a clear-cut answer to that question. I think this is, like I said, it's almost like gambling.
Almost like gambling, the keyword being
almost.
there. Not exactly gambling.
No.
I mean, maybe we can get a prediction started in the chat if one of the mods is listening between these two teams and see where everybody's money lies with these two teams. Obviously, we're still waiting on that pick and ban. Should be getting started just shortly. If we do take a look at the league phase, just looking at the, obviously, Shift finished first, 3 points ahead of Nemesis. But when you look at the next tiebreaker being round points, they had an extra 30 round points compared to Team Nemesis. And that's 30 rounds won across the league phase. They had the most of anybody in the league phase, and they were dominant throughout. Never really a moment where they looked like they might be challenged. They didn't drop even one single match. If they were to drop a match in this setting, how much of a difference is this playoff sort of do or die setting going to make to Team Shift, Loso, and New Prime? Do you think maybe the pressure is a little bit more increased, and is that going to have an impact, maybe a significant impact in this match?
Maybe. If you're, like you said, looking at Shift's stats throughout league play and them not really dropping rounds, part of me wants to believe that if that does happen, if they drop around, if they drop a map here in playoffs, it might activate something in them. They'll be like, wait a second, hold on. We weren't supposed to do that. And then they're going to, I mean, I assume they're already locked in, but they would lock in even harder and just go into the next map and absolutely thrash Nemesis, if that's the case. I don't know. That's what I would do if I were in that situation, but clearly I'm not, because I'm sitting behind a microphone talking into a camera and not warming up.
You heard it here first. Legion would absolutely thrash Team Nemesis, and you can cut that. Going into the pick and ban, we are here. Shift, Seed 1. They have the first pick. They're going with Skelear Rogue. We saw how important that map can be in their previous match with Wheelsy. Nemesis answer right back with Meander. An interesting map as well. The blue map coming out from their side. What is map 4 going to be? What is Team Shift going to pick for that one? It is going to be Thriller, which could often and has been the decider in this match. And now the last two random maps. Marabelloo is in 3rd, and we will have Orbit in 5th. To be honest, I'm not going to ask you who this order favors, Legion, because I don't think it favors anyone. Both teams are excellent. Both teams are very, very strong, and shortly we're going to be finding out who is the strongest, at least today, at least in this first match, because reminder, whoever loses this one drops to that lower final and could meet the team again in that grand final, of course, with a bracket reset. But that's all in the future. We can worry about that when it comes, because right now we've got Skelear Rogue.
This shit, they go insane.
The battle of the Titans is here. It is Shift, it is Nemesis, top of the game, sees both of these teams in a best of 5. And it already, we are seeing Mime and Loso with a couple of mistakes here on Skelear Rogue. That just leaves Pussy DePaco and New Prime running up front. Shift currently the favorites to win it, but of course Nemesis might have something to say here. Plenty of rounds, plenty of action to be played here. Loser goes into that lower bracket. Winner will sit in grand finals and wait for their opponent. So if you lose, you're not out entirely, but you're certainly going to be in a much worse position. It is currently a round victory being set up for Shift, but Paco is not making it easy for New Prime.
Yeah, he's putting the pressure on. Let's remind everybody, New Prime currently holds that league record at 110.2. And he looks to be off to a blistering start on this one. Paco had a bit of a shaky line on that plastic, not able to catch up to the German player, but what do they go with on this end? Do they go risky? Do they go safe? Both of them aim for the risky. New Prime gets it clean. It looks like he has the speed. Does Paco have the speed? He does make it, and what's happening behind him? Loso has gone for the safe finish. Ahead of Mime. Does Mime snipe him? Yes, he does. On the line, saves his first round from going to a victory for Team Shift, and we remain all tied after one round.
Loso, I checked in on him. He did not have enough speed towards the end. I don't know if he clipped something or what had happened, but going through the grass before you head down for that risky, he just, I don't know. He was not there, so it was a smart call to go for safe. You wonder if maybe he had more speed. Would this have been a round win for Shift? But right now we are in that draw setting again. New Prime at the front, and then it's Mime, Paco, Loso to round out the rest of the field. So New Prime already kind of setting the tone here for what he is sort of cooking up, if you will, while Loso maybe a little bit slow to warm up. Mime and Paco, though, they are very much in line, I would say, with what we can expect, but of course anything can happen.
Yeah, and that's something, you know, how much of a factor is that going to play? Because, you know, sometimes in this 2v2 format you can have star player, and they can just carry the match. But against opposition like Mime and Paco, you can't have that. They are two very strong players. You need both of your players performing at the absolute top level. All three leaders go for the risky fin. New Prime gets it,
Loso.
Mime gets it, and Loso on the line. 400ths of a second, almost takes that third spot from Paco. But again, we remain with an ace, nothing to differentiate these two teams.
That was such a great end from Loso. He had so much speed, but it just came a little too late in the day. So that is why we are still all tied up. However, start of this round, it seems like Loso has remembered how to be the fast and has gone up front. So he's starting to get there. He's starting to really feel himself and get ready for the maps ahead. And of course, we still have a potential of all 5 maps being played here. So we'll see what the future holds. But New Prime, again, he's already out on a very favorable lead.
Yeah, and he seems to be getting these good starts consistently. We saw Mudda in that previous match was the one getting those good starts, and it went in favor of Wheelsy. Here it is Paco with the first mistake, or at least a noticeable mistake from the side of Team Nemesis. Leaves it all up to Mime, and he is feeling the pressure from Loso, is able to distance himself a little bit from the Slovakian player, as New Prime is still leading. He's looked extremely strong, no mistakes, only pace from the German player so far. Again, it looks like another clean round. What is the time on the board? It's a 0.1. It's a newly record. New Prime is here to play.
All right, so I think we're all in agreement here that New Prime owns Skelear Rogue, right? I think we can all agree on that, because that is a statement. Now the only thing missing is to chop off a couple of tenths and take the world record away from Mudda. Oh, never mind.
I mean, it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen in this round. I think he was just looking for the keys of Skelear Rogue in his pockets, took his eyes off the screen. Fortunately, a mistake and a first one from him, but it's only in this 4th round. I think you can accept when you have such a good performance 3 rounds in a row, a mistake is going to happen at some point. New Prime just needs to collect himself. He's only 1.5 seconds off the pace, and mistakes can happen so easily on Skelear Rogue. Such a technical and difficult map. Loso, he's in that 2nd position so far. He is currently denying that Nemesis ace. It would be very welcome for Nemesis if they were to get that extra 3 points, but I think they would also settle for a victory if they can. Paco, though, might be disagreeing with me. He pushes past Loso on the plastic. Heading into the end, he clips on the dirt. And Loso clips as well. They've just exchanged positions with a matter of a few seconds. And Loso clips again. I think Paco goes for the risky fin. I think Mime went for the safe, but New Prime goes risky. Is not in time. 700ths of a second, and the ace does go the way of Team Nemesis.
And now it's Shift on the back foot, 2 points down. It's still very much in control. They're not in a position to where they should start worrying and risk a little bit more. But that round certainly coming as more of an oddity, especially because both New Prime made a mistake in the start, and then Loso, that was more towards the end. So maybe that's just the one round, give Nemesis a little bit of false hope and then pull the rug out from under them. But we'll have to wait and see, as it is New Prime right now in the back of the field, away from everybody. Loso sandwiched between both Nemesis players. Mime starting to pull a little bit of a gap out. It's a couple of 100s here and there, but it's a couple of 100s that Loso will have to overcome, and those 100s can add up. And as I was about to say something else, Mime decides that I am supposed to shut up, and it is Loso now starting to pile on some of those 100s. And New Prime, big charge here from the German player, trying to get the overtake on the Hungarian of Paco, and it will just about come here as we go up the hill into the finish. Who will go risky? Who will go safe? Will anybody crash? New Prime so close to the wall there, but he just gets it, and he's gonna hit the wall on the risky. Luckily for him, Loso's there to grab first place. New Prime will respawn, go for the risky. That could have been the ace that Shift needed.
The counter ace could have come through for Shift. New Prime, he had a slow start, but he seemed to gain that time, as you said, and trying to subtract the Team Nemesis players from the equation, able to do so up until the end, where it just seemed like he pushed an extra bit too much. Very wide on the entry to the backward section.
Oh, and he touches again.
He's gonna clip at the start here. Mistakes piling up. 3 clean rounds to begin this first map, but he's had a few mistakes now and he's lost a few points for his team.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic, it feels like, for New Prime to have this many mistakes so early on, especially because he's going, it's almost like the same spots are causing issues. I don't know if he's maybe a little ahead of himself or if he's pushing where he really doesn't need to. It's not like, you know, you're getting towards the end of the map and you need to push a little bit more because you're that close to the guy. This is at the start where everybody's basically running the same line. So it's odd, and he's going for one and goes almost up and over, but it is actually Mime who got the worst of it there. So luckily for him, he is looking ahead. Paco and Loso, 1 and 2, about a 10th separate them as we go into the risky. Here we go. Is Loso going to have a good line? Yes, he will. So does Paco, but it will be Loso with a little bit more speed. He will get to the line first. New Prime goes safe. He does get it, and Mime clipping the pole, I believe, or maybe the flag itself, but he will get the finish. No, he will not. He'll be a little bit late to the party. However, Nemesis up by 1, 7-8. They could close it out here with a round win.
Yeah, both teams could close it out, but most importantly, Shift need the ace if they want to make that happen. Both teams on track point, and we've seen in all of these rounds, every player can have their day, and Mime is not having his in this one. How costly is that mistake gonna be? Paco, pressure is on you. And both of those Team Shift players are ahead of him now. They are in that ace formation. They could steal this map away from Team Nemesis. Paco needs to do everything he can. There's nothing about strategy anymore. You just need to be faster than one of the 2 players ahead of you, and you need to keep your team in this map. If you can't do that, they will be down 1-0. New Prime and Loso, no mistakes showing on their side so far. Paco, he's looking for an inch, looking for a gap, maybe somewhere he can insert himself between those 2 Shift players. Loso, he's a little bit wide on that section, loses a little bit of time, and Paco is going to make his attack onto the plastic. As they exit, they are neck and neck. Heading into the end, it's going to come down to who has the confidence, who is able to risk. Loso takes that extra wide line. He's going to take care going into this one. Paco, you can't miss the finish now. You need to make it clean. Loso clips, and Paco is going to save the day for Team Nemesis with a PB to add to it. And Mime actually gets that 3rd place because of Loso's mistake. 1-1. We go up 9-8.
Shift either has to win this round to go to overtime or get an ace to take map 1, and right now it is looking like a bit of an uncertainty as to what is going to happen. We'll see through the checkpoint. Everybody gets it. We've had a couple of touches there at the start, so it's been, for some reason, the kill zone, if you will, for Skelear Rogue between these 2. You'd expect mistakes a little later on in the circuit, and we are going to see that as one of the Shift player, or sorry, not Shift, one of the Nemesis players goes back. It is Paco. So he is now running in the back. He leaves it all on Mime. If Mime can stay at least between them, we'll go into overtime. But if he fails to overtake Loso or New Prime, it will be over and out, and we will go to map 2. But right now, he is eyeing up Loso. Loso does seem to be the weaker member, and it is New Prime that touches. He has to respawn. It's all on Loso. If he can get around Mime, this could be something, but I don't think so, because New Prime is completely out of it. Skelear Rogue might be over and done here. Into the risky finish we go. It will be Mime ahead of Loso, and Nemesis will take map number 1 away from Shift. Pussy to Paco goes for the safe finish. He'll get it. A New Prime just arriving on the scene. He will get into the risky finish, but 9-11 Nemesis take down Shift on map 1.
Well, first blood goes the way of Team Nemesis. I think that's important. That is going to be very important for this match. Shift were more dominant during the league phase. Nemesis have strike first in this one, and they are going to go up 1-0 on Skelear Rogue. That could be very important going into our next map. You know, we do have Meander coming up next, and it was the pick of Nemesis. They were just able to steal away Shift's pick, and how important is that going to be?
Very, especially if this is the map that you are expected to win on. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. It is going to be Meander for map 2.
They watch, we slip, we phone, do this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. sides, shooting.
As we head into Meander, let's have a look at what these guys have in store for us on our resident blue map. Azix and Roquette's creation is where these teams are going to be battling it out in this one. No early mistakes. We saw a few come out on Skelear Rogue, but for the moment they're all clean through to the ice slide. Paco and Mime seem to be leading in this one, currently in victory formation, and Mime even sends himself into that second spot, potentially the ace for Nemesis after a very good drift. The no slide comes through from No Prime, but not enough to gain to the Team Nemesis players, and for the moment it's 2-2 as we head into the second half.
Yep, still early on, though, to really pick out who could win this round, as Loso is starting to get in there in between the Nemesis players. If he can get ahead of Mime and New Prime is unable to pass anybody, at the very least we'll get a draw. So that'll be a better start than a round loss or an ace for the other side. But we are going into the finish here. It's Mime, Loso, Paco, and it's Loso with a touch on the wall through the penalty grass. So that leaves Mime all by himself. New Prime trying to get in front of Paco, but he's not going to do it at the line. It will be 4,000ths of a second. Paco is going to secure the ace for Team Nemesis and shift a very, very iffy first round for them. Not how you want to start, Meander.
No, it's shift. They really need to stop the bleeding. The hemorrhage is happening after 3-0 in that first round. Already a map down. Nemesis could not have hoped for a better start. In this one, though, it looks like it's a good start for New Prime and Loso. They are going to be looking for that counter ace. It's ever so important. Whenever you get ace to yourself, you go down 3-0, it always feels like you need to get an ace of your own to get yourself back in the match. But Paco and Mime are looking strong, heading up into the dirt. It is a nice no slide from Loso, and Pushtido Paco is the one who got it the worst. He's relegated down to 4th place, and he is just looking ahead at the pack, seeing, or maybe he could take a spot, take advantage, get past one of these shift players and ahead of them as well. There is that fight between Mime and New Prime, but Mime, the slight clip, and he's relegated down to that 4th position. Is the counter race going to come through?
It could if Loso and New Prime can stay. We are just at this point a round to go, and we saw the error come out. But this time it will be Paco that grazes the wall. So this should be, if all things to be considered go exactly the way that Shift wants, it will be the counter ace. We will stay tied up at 3. Shift returning to sender on the second round here of Meander.
This is what we were mentioning before the game, where these teams, they have that ability to gather themselves, know that, you know, the performance that they've shown so far, they can do better than that, and then they go ahead and just show it themselves. The counter race coming through is very, very telling. The pressure in that round seemed like it was on Nemesis. They were the one making the small clips, making the small mistakes. This one, it's Loso, not a big mistake to start it off, leaves it up to New Prime to fight against both Team Nemesis players, and well, Nemesis, they're going to try and take that advantage back as quickly as they can, but they do have New Prime standing in their way.
Yeah, what a formidable opponent New Prime is, though. When you look at all aspects of competition, whether it's solo, duo, maybe 3-man, regardless, New Prime is someone who you really should not ignore. He's shown that he has been somebody who can absolutely disrupt your plans and have a smile on his face while he does it, and right now that's exactly what is happening. He is denying Nemesis the ace or even the round of victory as we go into the end here. He almost clips the wall there and into the risky finish, so he will make sure that there is only going to be a point distributed to both teams as Loso arrives about a couple seconds later. So good defense there from New Prime to ensure that Nemesis does not gain any more ground from them.
And look, New Prime, I think he drove, or at least Shift drove 2 .1s back to back. I think maybe even a 0.2 and a 0.1. These are very fast times that are winning these rounds. So these players are pushing, you know, so close to that league record. New Prime, though, it's an early mistake in this one. Is it going to be a similar pattern to what we saw in Skelear Rogue? New Prime, you know, he had 3 good rounds to kick things off, some really good times as well. and then looks shaky further on. In this one, Mime, however, saves him from that fate and makes a mistake of his own, puts himself down in that 4th position. We are in a draw formation so far. New Prime looking shaky though, going through the dirt, and Mime is able to catch up slightly. It looks like it's 2 1v1s, Paco and Loso. Behind them, they're followed by New Prime and Mime. Who is going to make this one work going into the end?
Well, it's hard to tell right now. Mime and New Prime, their gap staying about the same. Same with Paco and Loso. But we'll see what it looks like as we head into the end here. Mime gains a little bit of ground on New Prime into the drift. He's going to gain even more. He goes for a move. He clips the side. How does he not lose speed there? And it will be another ace coming out here. Half a second separating first from fourth. These two teams, this is the most stubborn looking match I've ever seen, if I do say so.
Yeah, they're not giving themselves any space at all. In that first match, it was so close. Meander looks like it's exactly the same. Mime seems to pull out some levitation tricks to get past the clip on the plastic at the end there. Definitely sent it and was able to deny the victory for Shift. No early mistakes in this one. Only New Prime, who's about 0.4 off the pace of all of the 3 other players. Oh, Paco and Mime, they got a very nice drift, and they are up in that formation at the front. The dreaded formation for Shift, where they could be down by 3 points if it stays as it is. And Mime and Paco, they're hand in hand. They're looking very clean so far.
They are, but there's still any mistake that can come out. But with the gap they have of about half a second, and Loso with another touch, they probably got the call just to safe it. So it should be pretty much a Sunday stroll for them through the rest of this map to then go on to map point as New Prime and Loso, a couple more mistakes coming out, but I highly doubt both Nemesis players are going to miss the risky at all. No, they're going to be very, very conservative on those lines. Loso with a little Loso with a little barrel roll. Okay, I mean, style points, but unfortunately style points don't usually make the number at the top of the screen go any higher.
Mime just drove the first sub 108 that we have seen in live rounds all competition, and that is very, very impressive. Only 700ths off that world record, which is held by New Prime himself, the player who has it seemed like made a mistake on that ice slide. He's over 3 seconds behind, and those mistakes are becoming too costly. Too often they're coming through for New Prime. It's a similar story to Skelear Rogue. Starts off strong, then it seems like the pressure might get to him a slight bit, and it's just too much for Loso to deal with, as Mime again is going to come past the Team Shift player. Paco, a little bit further back, has made a mistake of his own, but it isn't as costly as the German player has won. He is a little bit in a no man's land, looking ahead at Mime's fight, maybe giving him some calls, maybe Hood on, maybe Cars on, telling him what Loso is doing, and at the moment he'll be telling him it's close, you need to push. And Mime pushes straight into the wall. Paco, does he have anything that he can respond with in this one? Loso should know that he has that 0.6 gap, that maybe he still needs to go for that risky, and is the pressure going to get to him as we head into the end? He needs to keep it clean, and he does so exactly. Paco gets second. Mime will be able to come home in third, barring any mistakes. He does exactly that, and New Prime, after that early mistake, is in fourth. So we stay alive in this one. It's 9-6 in favor of Team Nemesis.
I noticed at the end, I was checking on New Prime. He was going slow. I don't know if he had hit something and there was just the car slowing down, but Mime having to respawn just flew right by him. So I wonder if whatever happened to New Prime, if that wasn't the case, maybe we would have had a round victory, and instead the scoreline would have been 7-8. But right now we're looking at a nice little bit of a scoreline here. But this is all on Shift. They have to ace this round and then win the next. They cannot give a single point over to Nemesis. If Nemesis makes any mistakes, it's going to be a lot harder for them to get those single points that they need to actually close out Meander here. And right now it is both Shift players making that so difficult as they run up 1-2. New Prime and Loso separated by less than 0.05 of a second. Mime and Paco separated by about the same. This is just one track racing here from the Shift players. We'll go into the end. How much are they willing to risk? How much is Mime willing to risk? And it's going to be quite a lot. He goes for a shallow line. He's going to get more speed. Does he have the overtake on Loso? No, he does not. Ladies and gentlemen, 9-9. Wow, New Prime, a 1:08.08. He is All right, he is in there. Do we see overtime? Do we see Shift take the map? Do we see Nemesis take the map, Babs?
Well, the only guarantee is that we're going to see some crazy rounds. I think that is the best round I have seen all tournament. A 0.3 on Meander gets you last. Last place from Pustido Paco. Mime tried desperately to make anything work to try and close this one out, but now the pressure is on them. The confidence and the flow will be with Team Shift after that ace, and they're showing exactly that. Mime has made an early mistake. It's all up to Paco to try and get the draw.
Oh, but Paco's gonna make a mistake. He loses some ground to Loso, and he also loses ground to New Prime. Mime, 3 seconds back from the leaders, about 2.5 to third place. New Prime has to have made the call, or somebody from Shift has had to have made the call that Mime has made a mistake. Paco goes slow through the section. I don't know if he clipped something or if he just had to release a little bit, but Loso, look at how much of a gap he has. Paco pushes on the inside. He's bounding all over the place. That's going to be the map. Shift, they're going to take one back from Nemesis, takes their pick from their opponent, and it will be not just a 1, but a 2 for Team Shift. They'll ace on the last round. Mime and Paco getting it at the end, but Shift responds.
What a performance from, I want to say both teams, but what resilience from Shift. That second to last round, that penultimate round, where I think it's 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. That's ridiculous. 0.3 wins most rounds, you know, at least in the league phase. But in this match, it's just a different caliber of players. It's different gravy. And honestly, it's an exciting match to watch. 1-1 for both of these teams, which means that the next one is going to put one of these teams on track point. And you know what map 4 is? Map 4 is Thriller, and that's Shift's pick. And I'm looking ahead to that, and I'm thinking if Shift get a win here on our next map, is that going to make all the difference? But we're going to have to see. We're going to have to see if they do, because our next map is Marabelloo.
It is 2 maps played, potential of 3 to go. 1-1 is your score line. Shift and Nemesis, whoever comes out of this map last will be seeing themselves potentially going to that lower bracket to face Wheelsy. But for right now, it is a perfect start for everybody, but Nemesis has gotten it better. Could the random pick be in Nemesis's favor, or will it be in Shift's favor? Well, we've got about 10 points to get to before we actually figure out the answer. But after the first set of checkpoints, it is, oh no! I was about to say it's Nemesis running in victory formation, but one mistake comes in from Paco, then a mistake comes in from Mime, and now it's Shift in the driver's seat.
Sir, another Team Nemesis player has hit a wall, and they are on the back foot in this one.
There's been a second Nemesis player.
Shift are leading it. They could start off this map with their own ace. They were on the back foot in the last one. Loso New Prime, keep it clean. 0.6, 0.8, give us those 3 points. Now they are up and running after that performance and that win on Meander.
Yep, it was Nemesis that had some aces in the first map and the second map as well. They had that ace to start out on Meander, and now it is Shift's turn to do that. So now, if we go off of patterns, or the script, or sorry, just patterns, yep, only patterns, the Nemesis would be getting an ace here, but is that in the cards for them?
Yeah, it's exactly what Shift did to Nemesis in that previous map, and in the end they were able to close it out despite it being very close. Nemesis, they need to show that they have that same resilience, that when they're backs against the wall on the back foot, they have what it takes to gather themselves and show their best possible performances, get back into this one. And I'm telling you, Legion, if this is a preview of what we might see in the grand final, then I'm all in. I want more.
Yeah, but here's the thing. One of these teams going to that lower bracket, whoever ends up going to grand finals through that route, if they want to win, they'll have to reset the bracket, so they would have to win that best of 5 and then go again. Obviously, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, though, Mime, how about this gap? 0.4 of a second. Paco getting a little bit of an offensive move on Loso and New Prime, but it's not going to be enough. It will be the draw coming out here. Mime with a PB of 0.298. A league record, though, is a 7.984 and then a 7.916 or 5 from New Prime. So Mime getting into the fire a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. On his way, running in this one. It's only 4-1 though. That's a big mistake from New Prime. That is going to send him out of this one. There was a clip from Paco, but that just sends him a little bit further behind our 2 leaders. And luckily for him, Mime is leading us through this one. He's in that first position. He has about a 0.1 gap to Loso. What does Loso do in this position? You know, you have 3 points on the board ahead of your opponents. The gap is looking a little bit too big to Mime. Do you try and safe and just stay ahead of Paco?
That's the plan. Mime, if I know Mime, and I know Mime, he is not a player to make mistakes. He is incredibly consistent. He is blisteringly quick when it comes to these tracks. So for Loso, it is going to be about safing as best as you can. I'm sure Paco is getting the call to push to try and get the overtake for the ace. He's going to go all over the place. There's a lot of speed, but he can't really do anything with it. So Loso gets second, then it's Paco, and New Prime has just parked it up. He knows he's not going to get to the finish, but that's okay because Shift will get a single point for their efforts. 5-3 the scoreline here. Nemesis getting a little bit of a lifeline thrown their way in that round.
Yeah, it's looked like across this match, you know, New Prime has maybe been the strongest player, at least the most consistent in a sense, maybe the fastest as well. But he's also made mistakes of his own, and we saw that in that last round. And Team Nemesis, they're able to capitalize when that happens. This time, it's Loso's turn to make a mistake. Similar one to New Prime, but luckily for him, not as big. Mime, actually, we didn't notice that. 6 seconds behind the field, a poor start from him, which means that the advantage is actually in Shift's favor.
And I just got done praising him too. Sorry, Mime. But, I was going to say, if Loso can find a way around Paco, he'll be able to get the ace for his team, but he got the transition off that water just not correctly. So it does leave it all up to Paco here to try and overtake New Prime for that first position, but about a half-second gap is a little bit tricky to overcome here, but anything can happen, especially with just how tight the ending section of Marabelloo can be. But New Prime extends that lead a couple more hundreds into the drift. He will get it perfectly. The transitions come through and just snakes his car through every turn he can to get the round victory. Loso comes through in third, and Mime does have enough time to get to the finish line. 7-4 for Team Shift, and they are on map point.
Yeah, and you saw the time coming through there from New Prime was 8.6. Definitely still a fast time, a very respectable time, but it seemed like one where he recognized the position he was in and was able to adjust accordingly and just gets the points on the board for Team Shift. Now they are on track point. They could send themselves to match point with an ace in this one, on to Thriller, and potentially to try and close this one out. But for the moment, we're still on Marabelloo. We're still only a 3-point gap between themselves and Team Nemesis. And in this one, Team Nemesis are showing a little bit about what they're about. Paco and Mime looking very strong in this round. Only New Prime is up there to contend with them, but not anymore as he gets a worse both side. Looks like Paco lost a little bit of speed as well heading into the dirt. New Prime takes a wide line on the dirt and actually gets the overtake onto Paco. Can he aim even higher, even further? Looking at Mime, who's 0.2 ahead of him heading into the fragile.
Well, that's going to be a tall order as we do see Paco going all over the place, so that loses a position to Loso. So we are on draw. If Mime makes a mistake, which I highly doubt here, we will see a victory go for Shift, but that is not the case. It will be a draw. So 8-5 scoreline, still 3 points separate these teams. Shift one step closer to closing things out, but can they actually get it done here?
Such a costly mistake from Paco at the end of that round. You know, he could, you know, leave Shift only on 8 and get themselves up to 6. You know, just lessen that gap a little bit more. But in that situation, unfortunately, the clip does come through for Team Nemesis, for Paco, and He's relegated to that 4th spot, and the draw does come true in the end. Here in this round, at least, all 4 players are looking clean, looking strong. Nothing to really differentiate them besides a few wheels width. And at the moment, Loso and New Prime, they are leading us. That's a wide exit for Loso. Eliasman in through to that first position. Paco, that's very wide. Is he able to adjust? Just about, but I think he had to release. He's off the behind the field, behind the pack. New Prime has taken that first spot, shortly joined by Loso. The ace could be coming through. They could be closing this one out. The only person who can stop that from happening is Mime, and he has to hope for a mistake from New Prime heading into the end. There haven't been many from the German player. It looks like he keeps it clean in this one as well. And Shift are going to take the win with a 0.3 from New Prime, 10-6. They will be on match point.
They are. Paco tried to push right at the end. He went for a bit of a different line into the drift, but he just hit the wall. And I mean, at that point, it was over. But you got to give the man credit for trying at least. Mime as well, trying to overcome the deficit that New Prime put him under. And it just didn't work out. So it will be map 2 going the way of Shift, which means if you are the boys over at Nemesis, you are looking down the barrel of the gun that'll send you to the lower bracket. And of course, if you're Shift, well, you've got to get one more map under your belt before you have secured your spot in the grand finals and probably get a little bit of a break. We do go to our next map, and well, it's going to be one that's given us so much. It's Thriller.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
Map number 4, it is Thriller on the cards. I think, just looking back at third map on Marabelloo, that was the first time where we saw one of these teams really have an advantage on the other. First mistake goes the way of Shift. Who was it who did crash? I think it was New Prime who had that early mistake. Leaves it up to Loso in this one, but Mime, oh, he clips and just has the time to go for the safe finish, for the safe route, sorry. But he is caught up to by New Prime, and he is going to hope that New Prime is able to make a mistake of his own. But no, actually, it's Loso who does slow down, and Paco is left alone in the lead.
Yep, and now Mime getting the overtake on Loso. So for right now, this is the victory formation for Nemesis to get 2-1 up here. Unless New Prime makes some error and causes Mime to overtake, that would be the ace. But Paco already putting a second between himself and second place, but this quarter pipe, we have seen plenty of rounds get thrown away here, especially the transition onto the platform, but Paco's going to take it relatively safe. So does New Prime. And Mime, does he have anything at the line? No, he doesn't. Loso starting to pull in right at the end, but it'll be too little too late. So Nemesis get the first round 2-1 over Shift.
Interesting how all 3 players made individual mistakes, but they all ended about 0.3 gap between each other, which is really close on the line in the end. Only Loso only Paco was left at the front there to close it out. For Team Nemesis, this is so important that they're able to get this map and to stay in this one. A reminder that Thriller is Team Shift's pick. There's a big mistake from Mime, and heading into the ice slide, that is going to be costly. Both Team Shift players get it beautifully, and they are going to maintain their lead at the front of the pack. Paco can only look on, and as behind them, Mime just continues to make more and more mistakes and head further and further back.
Yeah, and you say that a 0.3 gap between everybody. Keep in mind, Mime went for the safe route before the ice. I don't know if that is everybody being off the pace or everybody being absolutely locked in, but speaking of locking in, right now Shift is trying to lock in an ace for themselves after losing that first round. That quarter pipe jump goes perfectly for them, although Paco has a little bit more speed. He will clip, and I think that's just going to do him in. It was. Loso was slow off of the transition. Paco had so much more speed, but he cut it just a little too low. He clipped the platform, not enough to completely crash out, but enough to slow him down. Loso, very, very lucky.
Very, very lucky, but there was nothing lucky about New Prime's time. That was another league record that has dropped in this match. 104.9. I believe that is our first sub 105 in a live round. It's just showing the pace and the quality of these players that is growing and growing throughout the competition. This is the final day. This is when they need to show what they're worth and what they've got in the bag. And well, New Prime, he's doing exactly that. A beautiful 360 from the team Nemesis players. It looked like Loso got it worse than everyone else. He's 2 seconds off the pace. Could this be a counter ace coming through for Team Nemesis?
It might be if they can keep it held together, but right now Paco's all over the place. It's New Prime who is starting to place the pressure there on him through the drift into the engine off the wood. There will be more speed for New Prime on the freewheel, so he will overtake, but it is still Mime ahead of him. Perhaps not even worrying about Mime. If he gets the overtake on the Polish player, then he'll take it, but for right now, he wants to deny the ace, and he will do just that, as Paco does not get the best quarter pipe transition, so it will be a round victory for Nemesis, but Shift will still stay 1 point ahead, 5-4, halfway for Shift. And if they can get those final 5 points, well, Nemesis, they're going to go face Wheelsy.
Yeah, look, there's only a 1 point gap between these two teams, but if you are Team Nemesis at this point, you've seen what Shift are capable of on Thriller, so you really need to step it up in these next 2 or 3 rounds. You need to be the team on the end, getting those points, getting those victories, and potentially even an ace, because heading into the end, it would be difficult not to favor Shift, just looking at how fast they have been. Maybe not so consistent. There have been mistakes here and there, but at the moment, no mistakes from any player on the start of this round, all within each other after the 360. New Prime trying to edge out a little bit of a lead as we head into the no break section, and they do release. Paco, still no mistake. He gets first 2 mistakes from both players, 1 from each team. Mime and New Prime both have to respawn. We have 2 1v1s.
It was almost like, I hate to be that guy, but it was like the 2 carries of your team both crashing at the same time. So now it is Paco and Loso. It will be Paco that does get that quarter pipe better, so it should be, all things considered. Yes, it will be a draw in with that, as New Prime is getting to the end. Is there enough time for him to at least cross the finish? Yes, there is, just barely. That was synchronized crashing from New Prime and Mime.
Yeah, it seemed like Mime made an additional mistake, then had to respawn multiple times when I think New Prime was able to close it out after only 1 respawn, and in the end that was what meant that it ended up as a draw. Still only 1 point in it. Whoever gets this next victory, this next ace, is probably going to decide how this map goes. And Paco and Mime, they are looking better as Thriller is going on. Mime, he's going to have to try and not make that same mistake again. The 360 is clean from everyone. A little bit lower speed for Loso, but he's going to be able to adjust his line into the dirt to maximize that speed. And on the exit, he's actually ahead of Paco. But is that going to make any difference? Here is where Mime and New Prime made those mistakes. They keep it clean this time. Paco is watching on. He's had a good round, but just the 3 ahead of him are so good at having a good round of their own.
Oh my god, it's less than 2 tenths through the checkpoint, and even less as we go into the quarter pipe. The only line difference is Paco. He sets up a bit wider. Loso is ahead. So is Mime. New Prime coming into the jump isn't going to be enough. No, it is not. New Prime stays behind Paco. It's another draw here, 7-6. Had Shift gone the round of what that they wanted, it would have been 8-6, but still on match point, and Ace will close it out here.
It's still not enough for Nemesis. They are showing up, they are having these good rounds, but it's still not enough. They need a victory, they need potentially an ace, they need to get the advantage on Shift and put the pressure on those players. But again, no mistakes from anyone here, and it is actually New Prime and Loso who have the fastest start. All players taking that risky route. Does anyone make a mistake on the 360? Loso was a little bit wide. Look at the pace from Mime and the lack of pace from New Prime after that mistake. He's relegated to that 4th position. Still though, he is within reach if any of these Team Nemesis players were to make a mistake. And Loso, his mission is clear. It's first or bust.
Yep, and he's got Paco getting the overtake on him. If Nemesis gets the ace here, that would put them on 9 and force Shift to get an ace, to get map 4, and to not have to go to a 5th map. And right now, into the risky, Mime makes a clip. New Prime is nowhere to be found though, so luckily for them, Nemesis will tie it up here at 8. Paco, wow, Loso could have had it. Mime, surprising blunder there right at the end.
It's such a costly blunder as well, similar to that one that Paco made on Marabelloo at the end, where maybe there isn't that need. You don't need to push. You're going to get the victory most likely, but still the mistake comes through from the Polish player. 8-8, and a victory for either team would close out Thriller, but if it were to come the way of Shift, it would close out the map. Early mistake from New Prime, and they can only hope for a draw.
Oh, and
how does this keep happening? There's a mistake from one team, and then quickly after, another one for the other team. New Prime is able to get ahead of Mime, and now the pressure is on Paco.
If Paco can stay in first, it'll be a draw and will be 9-9. However, Loso has something to say about it. New Prime in the background as well. He's about 3/4 of a second. He is here. If Loso, Paco has crashed. That might just do it. Shift, they're 1 and 2. It's Loso, it's New Prime. The gap, what is it gonna be? 4 seconds to the leader, into the jump. Loso goes. He transfers safely onto the platform, and so does New Prime. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be Shift going to the grand finals. Nemesis will fall at the 4th hurdle, and they will have to face Wheelsy for the chance to get to the grand finals. What a series!
Man, every single track was close between these two teams. And if that does end up being a preview of what is in store in the grand final, I think if you're Team Nemesis, you think they're not impenetrable. We can beat these guys. We took them on that map 1. You know, they came back, they were strong, but we were in this match and we made it a fight. And I think both of these teams are looking strong, looking on their A game in this one. I mean, I said they should be worried for whoever drops down to that lower bracket with Wheelsy, but if I'm Wheelsy at this point, I'm worried because both teams look lights out, really, really strong. But to discuss it, let's get somebody else in to just let us take a break, let's take a breather, because Boney, we need your help on this one.
There you go.
Hold on.
Hey,
I don't want to interrupt. You know how I am. You know how it is. It is good to have a moment in time, right, to relax and chill. And yeah, that was a roller coaster looking from the outside in. Definitely one that's quite exciting. And yeah, that was a banger. Honestly, I think especially in chat definitely is a good way of indicating what was going on. Just ups and downs, shouts about cinema strewn like no big deal. But yeah, I think a Clash of Titans.
And look, Boney, coming into this one, you predicted Shift to be the eventual winners. Looking ahead to a potential grand final and looking ahead, I think more importantly, to this lower bracket, should Nemesis be worried coming up against Wheelsy? And should Wheelsy be, well, confident coming into this one?
I don't know. I don't know if that they necessarily need to. I think in that sense, I think on both sides, honestly, they need to earn the side of caution, even though it is, coming down to the wire. Both teams are looking quite strong. I mean, it does feel like on the Nemesis side, there's just a bit more inconsistency than what we saw on the side of Wheelsy, right? Being able to capitalize on mistakes in a very opportune way. If there is ever something that Mime and Tobacco need to be worried about, it is specifically that, and how well Wheelsy can pick those stuff up. And who knows, maybe we'll get that Shift versus Wheelsy finals, but I don't think it's as easy as just saying 1, 2, 3.
Well, listen, the man on your left predicted exactly that. He predicted a close fight between these two teams, and then Team Nemesis to fall against Wheelsy. But we'll see what happens. That match is still upcoming. I think the most important thing to take away from this upper final is that Team Nemesis, if they were to make it to the grand final, they need that first best of 5, and then they need to repeat it again. And that is the hindrance that they have put on themselves with the loss to Team Shift. But their next challenge awaits, and that is going to be Team Wheelsy, and we'll be looking at that match right after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast. We only have 2 matches left, our lower bracket final and then eventually our grand final. Man, it's a long day, it's a lot of emotions, it's a lot of stress, so we're just bringing the new faces in, and also, I don't think there could be a better time for you to join the broadcast. You know, our last 2 matches left. I know you've been watching the previous matches. How have you been finding it as a viewer?
I mean, it's really just been incredible so far. I mean, the level of competition is something that we really could have only hoped to see out of these players. And I think we're really seeing more and more the type of players that are really putting it together for these final situations. Players that have, you know, maybe been staying close to their competitors and their teammates in the lower semifinals, the quarterfinals, and the league phase, but they're really turning it on. I mean, we that last match we saw 2 new live records from Mime and New Prime. Like, these guys are really shifting it into gear, and I think it's really going to be interesting what happens in these next couple of matches. So I'm really just stoked to be here and to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. These players make an account when it matters. Let's take a look at the matches that we've seen so far. Boney, you've been involved in a lot of these, and I think that one, I mean, we expected it to have fireworks, and I don't think it disappointed.
No, I don't think that it did in the slightest. It looked like Team Nemesis having a bit of the upper hand. Shift not having the, well, on the downshift, perhaps, those first couple of rounds, but able to bounce back. Got some close matches in as well, right? Just going up to 9 points, most of those. And in the end, Shift coming out on top. But yeah, I think either way, either one of the 2 that would have dropped down, facing Wheelsy is not something to necessarily be looking forward to. It is a tough opponent to be dealing with, and at the same time, Nemesis has lost that life, right? Has lost that lifeline,
Yeah.
and where Wheelsy is already used to being on button in a bit of an awkward position, it is now Team Nemesis joining them.
Yeah, and from the start of the competition, when Shift and Team Nemesis signed up, a lot of people were predicting to see them in the grand final. But one question mark remains. In the form of Wheelsy, in the form of Meander and Wheelsy, our next match is going to be Team Nemesis facing off against Wheelsy and Meander. They've been strong throughout the day. Mime and Paco are coming out of a loss against our leaders and our first finalists of the day, Team Shift. How do you think also they might be looking at it mentally, where they can maybe try and reset and get back into this one? What do they need to do?
I mean, you said it yourself. I mean, they're coming off of a loss going up against Wheelsy, sorry. And this is a team that has been kind of more at the higher end of the midfield in the league phase, but their momentum is incredible right now. I mean, they're only dropping a couple maps. With kind of in the last match, just kind of having an off performance on Orbit, but overall they're in dominating form. Meander has really turned it on today, and I think he shows no signs of stopping. They're going to really have to lock in, pull in that long-term esports final experience, and as far as how they can mentally reset, I'm not really sure, but I think they have the ability to do so. Mime, he's a young guy, but he's already has so much experience in this exact type of position. I think he could pull it together. I think it's going to be closer than we might expect.
Yeah, it's always a difficult exercise to try and put yourself in the shoes of these players under so much pressure, but these are the moments that they live for. This is what they have trained for across the last month. Boney, I want to ask you about the maps that we've seen so far, because it looked like every map, bar maybe Marabelloo, was close between Team Nemesis and Team Shift. Do you think Wheelsy will be looking at that and taking that into account during the pick and ban phase?
Yeah, I would say so. They definitely have that room to pick into a map that doesn't necessarily favor them in the sense of, oh, well, this is the one, right? I think a good example is that Skelear Rogue, where Meander does hold the world record. But at the same time, they have been shown to employ some tactics, employ some strategy, and that all starts from the pick phase, right? You got to make sure that whatever it is you're getting in, they're getting in second. They got to make sure that that is something that they are comfortable with, and that allows them to set the pace, dictate the pace of how things are going to be playing out. Again, they've done a phenomenal job, but we saw them against Blah taking advantage of mistakes, and Team Nemesis right now is looking a bit vulnerable in that regard. And so I think I wouldn't even be surprised if their pick, just to look forward a little bit, would be Skelear Rogue, just because of how devastating a mistake can be there.
absolutely. And Mudda was looking very strong on Skelear Rogue himself. So Nemesis are the target, and Wheelsy are the ones looking down the sights. Also, this one is probably one of the most interesting matches to make a prediction for. And before we head over to the casters, I do want to get your opinion and your insight on who you think is going to take this one.
I mean, it's a really good question. I think it's going to be a lot closer than anybody could expect. Obviously, Team Nemesis overall in this tournament has been incredible form, really only being surpassed by Shift on pretty much every metric. However, I think Wheelsy has incredible momentum right now. I think when they faced off in the league phase, it came off close. There was a 3-2 loss to Nemesis and Pickband, but I think they showed them a good fight, and their momentum is incredible. So I honestly am going to go with Wheelsy on this one. I think they've got what it takes to bring it home today.
Well, listen, let's not delay any further. Wheelsy is your choice. Let's see what Boney and Legion have to say about this one.
That's right. I'll be joined here with Legion as the picks and bans are underway. I think prediction-wise, I mean, I'm curious to hear from you, Legion, as well, what you think the way things will go. But first, we've got the picks happening. We got the maps being selected. Looks like I was a bit wrong on what Wheelsy is selecting. It's looking like Triller is going to be the one, but Meander being the one from Team Nemesis and Marabelloo number 4. Oof.
Looking at the history of just how these two teams have played, they've played against each other twice, and both times it was Wheelsy that fell to Nemesis. So the thing is that when I think the first time they faced it, it was a 2-0. It was, nothing. And then the second time, I believe, was a 3-1. So I have faith in Wheelsy, sure. But the thing is that, yeah, the last time they faced Nemesis was round 5. So it was 3-2. And then they faced them again earlier on in 2. Or they lost in 2. But you know what? We'll see what happens.
They watch, we slip, we phone, who this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, shooting, you lights, shooting.
Elimination is the name of the game. One team goes through to the grand finals. The other is gonna go packing home. It is Meander for first map. Nemesis versus Wheelsy. To finish my thought from earlier though, Wheelsy, the first time they met Nemesis, it was a 2-0 loss. The second time they met Nemesis, it was a 3-2 loss. So the thing I'm willing to see, or willing to entertain, is that Wheelsy has learned from their mistakes and are going to take this to a map 5, and hopefully, if they do that, win over Nemesis. However, their track record, if that does happen, their track record against Shift has not been as kind to them.
No, not at all. And right now, a bit of a slower start on Pussy Tobacco's side, actually having some issues along the way. So Wheelsy, at the moment, setting the hunt up versus mine. Mudda joining suit as well. Just a couple of turns remaining, and Mine right now needs to make sure he sets the defense up. Wheelsy has been so good at taking advantage of mistakes. They take these opportunities as they are, and Mine does not make any. Keeps his composure. Make sure a draw is only thing that Wheelsy is going to be able to get out of this situation, and covering very well for his teammate Pusatapaka right there. And so Meander, yeah, I think thus far Meander, despite this start being somewhat tricky, has been giving us quite a lot of draws. Not too many aces, and very close rounds actually.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, the players would rather have a draw than a round loss. So in that regard, I'm with them. But it is very costly if you do make a mistake, especially as Paco does just that. All right.
There you go.
Yeah, making a mistake early on, especially, I was going to say, in the ice section, is so hard to recover from. I haven't tried the respawn. I haven't even tried the map. That's daunting. But we have seen just how big the gap gets if you make that mistake, and with Paco making an error, he's out of this. So Mime makes an error too, joins his teammate in a similar situation. He's about half a second and he's struggling to gain the speed back, but right now this could be Wheelsy grabbing their first ace of the contest. But Mime may have something to say about it, but it could just come a day late and $1 short as Wheelsy pick up the ace.
I mean, with that, the statement has been made. Wheelsy says, welcome to the Gladiator Pit. Hope you're hungry for some action, because they certainly are. Team Nemesis somewhat faltering right there, and that's exactly what Wheelsy has been proven to be so good at. Their consistency has looked phenomenal, and it's not, again, mistakes do happen, they do occur, but they make sure that there's always somebody there, and especially if there's a mistake on the opponent's side, they know how to strike. Muda with a bit of a sloppy entry onto the ice wall. Doesn't mean that it's gonna be Wheelsy left to fight for Wheelsy. Paco and Mime currently in first and third would be in victory positions, but they haven't been able to drive a full clean round together on the track thus far. It's only been 2 rounds, but still, that's gotta put a little bit of you know, like, question on in your mind, like, am I in there, right? Do I have to focus to do it? Get the reset in. Thus far, Wheelsy is saying, well, while you are figuring all that out, I'm just gonna drive in P1.
Yeah, Wheelsy's trying to do his best to stop the bleeding that is occurring as he goes very wide there through the checkpoint. That invites Paco back into the picture. Mime with a little bit more speed here on the plastic, but I think Wheelsy's just going to hold on for the draw to keep the gap at 3 points. Mutta going to be very pleased with his teammate's performance there.
Yeah, and I mean, he mentioned it as well, right? During the interview, he is very, very happy having Wheelsy as a teammate, right? Even if things do go wrong, he knows he has somebody to back him up, and that is so important, right? In these duo leagues, you got to be able to rely on your teammate through Winter and Storm. It is beautiful to see, honestly, that they have that synergy on Lock and Key, and yeah, thus far, it's really paying off in their favor. Yes, it's going to be quite the long run, right? This is their 3rd match for today. May even go to a match 4 if they have what it takes to beat Team Nemesis. And right now, with a strong start from all 4 players, it does look like they will be able to keep up that momentum. For now, though, Paco in the lead. Mime trying to catch up to his teammate, while Wheelsy and Mutta are right there in the middle. The difference between all of these players, just a 1/10 of a second, and still everything to play for up until that small touch from Paco.
That just goes to show you how consistent and how deadly these players are. A 1/10 of a second through several checkpoints before an unfortunate crash is nothing to scoff at. And currently it is Mime picking up the pieces from Paco's mistake, but Mutta could have a lunge here, but I don't think there is going to be anything coming out of this. So it will be another draw here on Meander. Now, here's the other thing to mention is, of course, Wheelsy has had a chance to relax, and they've also had a chance to watch Nemesis and see how they played, which probably influenced their map pick. Do you think, because Nemesis was unable to get the same treatment because they had been playing and probably practicing while Wheelsy was in the middle of their match, do you think Wheelsy maybe has Nemesis figured out and also taking advantage of that loss they just had?
I mean, it's hard to say if they have figured it out, but I do think they have been paying quite close attention. It's one of the things as well. Yes, you could drive a couple more rounds on the map just to get, you know, everything under lock and key, but at the same time, Mutta and Wheelsy do not strike me as the type of players who feel like they can cram in that, you know, the homework at last minute just to pass the test. They are very much the type of players who, you know, look at the situation, play the long game, and, you know, keep their eye open on who it is they are facing one match at a time. This one, though, is looking like it's getting away a little bit. Team Nemesis has great pace heading into the finish, just the final turn. But Mime with the mistake puts it to Paco, bit slower into the grass, should still be able to hold on to his first place, does do so, but he would have loved to have Mime alongside him. Would have been an amazing result, drawing things out. But instead, it is a different type of draw. It is the type of draw that puts Wheelsy in a commanding, well, lead in a commanding position to close things out here on map number 1.
They are. An ace will close this out, but keep in mind, Mime, despite the errors, is one of the fastest players we have here in Beacon. So if he can just keep it clean and stay ahead, Wheelsy could, at most, only get a point off of them if it's a draw or if it is a round win for Nemesis. But of course, it is going to be the TN team that wants to get an ace to bring it back to 7 across the board. But that is going to be a pretty tricky task just because of how quick Mutta and Wheelsy have been. And the mistakes from them, not as frequent it seems as Nemesis. This first map has not really gone their way. And with Mutta hounding Paco for that P1, and with Wheelsy just on the rear wheels of Mime, we could be seeing any mistake spelling the end here, but we're getting into the end right now. It is Mime with a touch. Paco slow. That puts both Wheelsy players in the lead, in the driver's seat for them through the last checkpoint, into the jump, and Wheelsy is going to take map number 1 off of Nemesis. Their enemy's pick does not go their way, so it is a 6-point gap. Wheelsy, first blood.
Yeah, and what a way to draw as well. Team Nemesis, despite this being their first pick to play here on Meander, it just blew up in their face. And this is what Wheelsy has been doing beautifully, taking advantage of mistakes, even as minor as they are. In some ways, right, the match definitely went the way of Wheelsy due to some of these mistakes, but honestly, everything thus far has been leading up to this beautiful thriller of sorts as we will head into map number 2 for these players to duke it out on map number 2.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
Team Nemesis ready, set, go for another run, another try to get a map in order. It's gonna be on Wheelsy's pick, Thriller. And Paco and Mime have been faltering a little bit in the closing stages of Meander. They need to not do that here on Thriller. We saw Mime discover the safe route, or at least discover it for some people out there, that this is actually there's a different line right here. With the start like this, it doesn't look like they are feeling that confident on Thriller. That may be the reason why Wheelsy is picking into Thriller. They know how much Team Nemesis has been struggling with that wall ride into the 360. And thus far, you know, they seem to be playing the mind game very, very well.
Yeah, I noticed during the pick ban phase, normally when we get into that, you'll actually see a lot of time in between the actual picks coming through. When Nemesis picked Meander, Wheelsy immediately responded with Thriller. Now, that might have been an already pre-discussed plan, although my theory is that Wheelsy felt very confident on Meander and figured that they could probably take it, so that's why they immediately responded with Thriller, because they knew Nemesis struggled here so much. So they figured, hey, if we can take the first map, that's going to put them on tilt because that's their map, and then we're immediately going into a map that they are probably not expected to win.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, we saw that happening versus Blah as well, right? Where they were in a commanding lead and then lost it to Wheelsy. This time around, Wheelsy definitely have a lot more room to cover for that win, and it's just putting the onus on Team Nemesis, right? They are coming in as the top seed. They are coming in as, you know, on paper from a point of view, the favorite, but now they need to deliver. Now they need to fight in this onslaught that we have seen throughout the lower bracket. And coming out of the 360 sector and into the second half of the track, they do find themselves in ace position. But this isn't the first time they've been in ace position. Do they have the composure to keep things together? Mime and Paco currently not too far apart from one another, but the gap is still there. We'll see how the quarter pipe jump goes. That is really the only place where things can go wrong, and that is what Wheelsy needs to get in front. Paco does make the jump happen, stays ahead, loses a little bit of speed, but is it enough to stay in second? Yes, it is. Wheelsy and Mutta barely missing out on some points, and it's going to be an ace from Team Nemesis. They pick up the 3 points, 4-1 lead on Wheelsy's pick. Maybe that's the confidence booster they were looking for, because they finally were able to solidify that ace position.
Yeah, I think we had something similar happen in the first map, so now it goes the other way. Wheelsy, though, a couple of early, I wouldn't say mistakes, but just slight miscalculations is pretty much all Nemesis needed to keep that gap at about, what was it, 3.5 tenths? So we'll see if they can keep that trend going into the Ice 360. Mutta, wow, what a line from him. Almost crashes out, but unfortunately it is his teammate Wheelsy who does get it the worst. So with another ace on the way, potentially, for Nemesis. If this happens, they'll be on map point, and we'll only have a few rounds put through. And you got to think, if you're Wheelsy, what is that going to do for your mental? You barely snuck out map 1 from Nemesis. Has locked in and has figured out how to get the proper moves together for Thriller as they get another ace here.
This is looking dire for Wheels all of a sudden. I would say that, knowing with the way they've been playing and the mentality that they have in particular, that one ace, they could probably, like water on a duck. It'll just roll right off. 2 aces, though, not quite the way they were looking for things to go. Either way, they're going to have to push forward. They're going to have to look for any and all space to, make up this gap. At this point, a couple of victories aren't going to cut it. You need at least 1 ace to put yourself into contention. Fortunately for, oh my word, all the players
Paco
involved,
and
what is
Wheelsy
going on? I was about to say, it's nice that Wheelsy is still in there, but unfortunately Mutta was out, mine was out, but then Pusted to Paco crashing, Wheelsy crashing. This is happening. That's all I'm gonna say. This is happening.
It's a clown fiesta, if you will. Mutta had a slight mistake on the that engine off uphill downhill section. He grazed a wall and lost a little bit of speed, but thankfully everybody else decided to die in sympathy. But with Mutta ahead, Paco goes for the overtake on the quarter pipe. I think he cooked it up a little bit too well done. He'll clip the platform, and will barely make it to the finish. So Wheelsy respond with an ace of their own. If they want to bring this back, they got to do this all over again.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely was definitely one of the rounds. Let's just put it that way. And I mean, we'll see in that sense. I guess the dice rolled their way. It's one of those critical successes, even though your AC modifier is like a -3. It's definitely coming out of nowhere. Still, though, you gotta take the good with the bad, the odd with the regular, and that definitely was an odd one. Let's see if this is a bit of more of a regular round, as all players are relatively close together, setting up for that 360. No one crashing into the light beam this time around. Wheelsy and Pusted to Paco in a duel between the two. Mutta and mine, much of the same. Everybody still within earshot, and it's going to come down to some more efficient lines as we get into the second half of the track, where the only thing that's going to allow you to catch up is mistakes.
Yep, Wheelsy has had it the best. He has a couple of tenths over Mime. Mutta and Paco right now are fighting it out for that 3rd spot, with Wheelsy in the lead. If things stay the way they are, we will be seeing a round victory for Wheelsy, but the problem is that their enemy team will be on 8 points, and they'll be on 8 points regardless, because Mutta did not get the end transition as well as Paco. So now 3 points is still the gap. 8-5 Nemesis. Track point of victory would get things over and done here on Thriller.
Yeah, gap of 3 points does mean that we'll see, could still build a little bit of a gap, but it's still that ace, right? Those 2 aces from Nemesis have really done a number on Wheelsy. But hey, all you can hope for is just a little bit luck on your side. Mine does fall behind just a little bit. Pusted to Paco currently in 3rd place, falling down as well, down to the rankings. Wheelsy and Mutta need to make sure this 360 go well. That's one on the board, but Mime even faster, like a rocket, goes forward, and all of a sudden Wheelsy wide awake.
Oh, no!
You know what? Water does what water does.
Oh my god, that was such a... He had such a line mime. He had so much speed and carried it through right into the end. And like you said, water will be water. And he decided that it was a little too hot for him and jumped out of the boiling pot. So that does put Wheelsy in position for an ace, but a mistake on the quarter pipe for just about everybody. Mudda gets the overtake on his teammate. Does Paco have anything to say? Whoa. Yes, he does, as Wheezy clips the platform, clips the finish, and for Mime, he's going to be incredibly happy knowing that his teammate just prevented everything from being tied up. So, Wheelsy, you need an ace. What can you do?
We'll see if the deck has been stacked in favor of Wheelsy, but that right there felt like the pressure was getting a little bit too high for everyone involved. That usually wouldn't be that big of an issue, right? That jump in particular, yes, it can go wrong, but there are more difficult sectors on the track. It just came down to that final jump, and you can see that everybody is somewhat faltering at that point, right? Somewhat finding themselves in a poor decision-making mentality. And unfortunately, I mean, sometimes it's not decision-making, sometimes it's just mistakes, as Mudda does slide out and maybe Wheezy in the lead, but he needs his teammate. He needs an ace to win the map, and Mime and Paco are holding down the line, holding down the fort. I think they're done making mistakes at this point in time. And even then, they can afford one. They just need one more for the time being. Wheezy has it, but Mudda behind by about 7/10. It would be ridiculous.
No, he had the pace too. He was catching up right at the end, only a 10th behind Mime. So, wow, all right. I know, man, that was insane. So, well, yeah, there you go. It's 1-1 here in the Beacon Duo League semifinals. We are. I feel like our predictions are kind of going all over the place right now. Like the teams kind of just took a look at them and went, nah, and just started playing.
Yep. Sounds about right. Throwing the baby out with the bathwater and all that. At least, you know, I don't know what your pick'ems are looking for, but they are very troubled on my end. Either way, map number 3, the place to go forward to, we're heading into orbit.
We find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo.
A match that is out of this world takes us into orbit for map number 3. Team Nemesis looking to take down Wheelsy to get into grand finals, but Wheelsy, no stranger to stopping the party and putting Nemesis into that 3rd position in the overall rankings. Mudda having some issues early on, so he has fallen out of favor here in the top 3. Mime, Wheezy, and Paco, though, staying as they were.
Same as they were. Wheezy will have to try and get close to Mime, but it's in a little bit of a no man's land, and also doesn't get the transition down correctly into the no engine sector, and Paco is able to join up together with his teammate Mime, if only from a distance, looking onwards like a lover scorned, or maybe something else along those lines. I don't know. We'll put a spin on it either way. We'll get the fairy tale greenlit and on Netflix for at least 2 seasons with an awful cliffhanger that doesn't actually resolve. And you're left wondering, why did they cancel this show? It was so good. Either way, Mime and Paco in ace formation. Wheezy and Mudda not able to do a lot about the situation. Wheezy tried, though. He really did. And so,
Boney,
despite trying, that's going to be a 2-0. A trio, even.
Is there something you'd like to discuss here? Do you have some Netflix trauma?
They should have renewed Dirk Gently. Either way.
You know what? Maybe in the next life, man. Who knows? But yeah, for Nemesis, they're gonna want a renewal of that round to go up 6-0. Keep in mind, the last time these two teams faced off, Wheelsy lost 3-2 in their match, and then the very first time they played, it was a 2-0 in favor of Nemesis. So this could be a repeat of the last time that these two teams came together, although history can be changed in the future. And, well, Wheelsy is trying to do that right here. They are down 3-0. However, a much better start for both of them sees them in ace position, so maybe the counter ace comes through, but Mime could disrupt the party.
Yeah, Mime is making a push. He's putting down the pressure, just trying to get inside. You know, maybe if at some point players head to the checkpoint just to double check, okay, where are our opponents at, and then realizing Mime has snuck into our ranks, may put a little bit of pressure on him. Wheelsy with a mistake, clipping over. Mutta is left to stand on second, so it won't be that bad, but it's still a horrible way to lose out on an ace and give the victory to Team Nemesis. Mime right there doing what he needed to do for his team. Just keep on pushing, keep on going, get in between, because you know these players will check, right? Even if they're all cars off, they will check at some point, especially towards the end. Okay, where are we at? What is the difference? What's going on? And then all of a sudden you see Mime flash by. It's like seeing a ghost.
It is, and like a ghost, Wheelsy just disappears into the background there with a little bit of a clip on the platform. So another ace position here for Nemesis. This is a great performance thus far here on Orbit. It is really only Mutta, and as I say that, Mutta with an error, so that leaves it now to his teammate Wheelsy, who is a ways back, but Mime has had some sort of misstep, so that puts him in last. It is a draw position right now. The gap from Wheelsy to Paco is almost 0.6 of a second, and should be, a little bit less now. Wheelsy has pulled up, but it's probably not going to matter too much unless Paco has a mistake on the drift on these final couple of sections. We have seen it before, but it doesn't look like it's going to be this. So Paco will get to the line first, followed by Wheelsy. Mutta shortly there behind, and Mime rounding us out. Wheelsy getting another point, but they're still down by 4. Nemesis, one more point will put them in track point, and well, anything beyond that is a bonus.
And with the 4-point gap being what it is, draw positions are a-okay. You just got to make sure you keep your opponents far enough away that they don't have that opportunity to fully strike back, to take them track away from you. And right now Wheels are having quite some issues keeping their composure. That consistency that they started things off with is starting to somewhat wane. I do remember Wheelsy specifically during league play that Orbit was one of those tricky ones, specifically heading into this no engine sector has been quite the bane for them. They have been able to conquer their demons in that regard, but that doesn't take away that the pace that Mime and Pussy Paco have been putting down whenever that consistency is on point is simply scorching hot. Heading into the sunset once again for the Orb. Wheelsy with a crash. Mutta is left standing, left to try and get ahead of Team Nemesis, but they are in sync. They are the hive mind, making their way towards the finish line to pick up an ace. Just like that, it is 9-2, and Team Nemesis is 1 point away from picking up map number 3.
You think now, Wheelsy, the position they're in, some deja vu maybe from last time. Nemesis, not too pleased to have lost to Shift in the upper bracket, so they're trying to just speed run their way back in there. They want to take revenge, but the thing is, if they get there, it's got to be a bracket reset. Regardless of which team here gets there, they are going to have to win 2 best of 5s, and if winning one of them is tricky enough, I mean, how much harder is 2?
Yeah, very, very much so. It's all about endurance in that regard. It is not easy to keep your mentality, to keep your focus for as long as possible, especially over best of 5s. I mean, especially if they were to be drawn out, right? Going all the way to map number 5, doing that maybe even twice in a row. I mean, these are things you don't want to think about too much, but for now, you got to keep your focus on the match in and of itself. Team Nemesis still in position to pick up map number 3. They just need to make sure that Mime stays in contention. Goes a bit wide though, but gets a lot of speed out of it. Look at the slingshot out of Orbit. Either way it may be, into first place Mime goes, and that's going to be it for Orbit. Team Nemesis with the draw. But hey, a draw is all you need in a war where you have all the ground. It is 10-3 for Team Nemesis. They even improved their score looking at the last time the two faced off. That was 12-4 in favor of Team Nemesis. So, you know, hey, they're doing good.
They are a lot better this time, but they are on match point. Should they win here, they will go to the grand finals against Team Shift, looking for revenge. Basically, their nemesis, if you will. But folks, it is going to be map number 4, Nemesis's pick, and where else but Marabelloo.
Team Nemesis on the precipice of victory. Map number 4, Marabelloo, the place where they decided to go to as their as map number 4, and they have the potential to close things out here, right now. Otherwise, we will be moving on to a map number 5 with Skelear Rogue. I'm not sure if Team Nemesis is looking forward to it, but I'm sure what they would be looking forward to is mistakes on their opponent's side. Unfortunately, Mudda left by the wayside, and Wheelsy fending off the purple menace that is Team Nemesis. He's trying to get in between, but thus far, losing the fight.
Yeah, that wall ride, he didn't get the entry as well. Mime and Paco got it perfectly, so they were able to get right back into contention for that first spot. But Wheelsy having something to say about it here. He's gotten between both Nemesis players, but the amount of pressure that he is currently exerting and being put under is an incredible amount as we go into this fragile section. A lot of twists and turns, but Wheelsy and Mime come out of it the best. We are into the drift. Wheelsy goes wide. Paco hits. Does Wheelsy have enough speed to overtake Mime? No, he does not. He will settle for second. Paco having to respawn, so Mudda gets to slip through, and it will be the draw for Wheelsy.
Yeah. Talk about blink and you'll miss it. That is definitely not the way that Team Nemesis expected that one to go. I mean, at one point they were pretty much side by side, neck and neck. Water does what water does. It does look like that saying never goes out of fashion, as opposed to Paco somehow finds himself jumping out of the water at the start. I think he did crash. I'm not quite sure what the exact chain of events was. Either way, Mime is down a teammate, but in P1, so we'll be able to keep away the Wheelsy boys from getting closer to their position 1 to try and get a grip in the match, because Wheelsy, they need to win the match. Team Nemesis just needs one more win, and they will knock out Wheelsy out of the tournaments, leaving them in a 3rd position, a bronze medal going their way. Either way, the fight between Wheelsy and Mime, look at that, just exchanging back and forth. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and Mudda is sitting there in the back waiting for any mistake from ideally Mime to come out, but with how persistent Mime has been throughout this tournament, it's looking very unlikely. He does get the overtake on Wheelsy, so we are looking at a draw here for round number 2. Pussy to Paco at the start, to answer the question, he got a little too inside on the dirt, and he kicked the wheel up just a little too high, and was unfortunately letting water do what water does. So he ended up getting that little bit of a jump, I believe. So thankfully he has made amends and has gotten it better. So it's a good start. It's still all tied up 2-2. Wheelsy not making map 4 any easier. They may be looking for that 5th map here in the lower bracket semi-finals. Maybe playing to the potential fatigue that Nemesis might be under after losing such an incredibly close series to Team Shift.
Yeah, for now, all teams, even Stevens, twisted to Paco in first, Wheelsy in second, Mudda right behind him, number 3, Mudda number 3, Mime number 4. And actually, Mime, I mean, he stays relatively close together. We have seen how strong he is on the fragile sector. Maybe that is the place where he looks to retakes, because right now, Wheelsy has the upper hand heading into it. It's just a 1/10 of a second though, so any and all optimizations can make all the difference. Wheelsy will come out in first, but doesn't have the exit speed, is being backed up by Marabelloo. Pustupaku's crashing out. Mime is the only one left standing, but he's simply too far away and sees Wheelsy cross in P1 and P2. A 612, a 615, and a 662 from these three players, but it's Mutta and Wheelsy. It's the green team with the ace. 3 points going their way, and this is the step they needed after a devastating performance that they had on Orbit, right? The 2 aces against one another, that's got to feel really good.
Oh yeah, they want to do an ace of their own here to really just start putting the victory out of reach for Team Nemesis. An ace would put them on 8 points, which would just mean a victory is all they would need to go to a deciding map number 5. Mime and Paco, though, they know that there are still chances, there is still opportunities to overtake in points and get things done here, but it is looking very unlikely. Not impossible, but the odds right now not really in their favor, although the scales tip a little bit more now that Mutta has had a mistake, has crashed, and will fall back a couple of tenths. He's not so far out of it to where he's not a factor, and now he is very much out of it by about a second to the top driver, but about 8 tenths to his teammate. Into this fragile section once more. It is going to be the purple squad who are in that 1-2 position. Can they get the drift just right? It looks like they have. So with Wheelsy getting an ace, Nemesis is going to respond with one of their own and say, hey, if you want to play that game, we can. Let's tie it back up at 5.
Yeah, it's just like that. It's as if nothing even happened, and for those not paying attention, it maybe does not, but I think one of the things that comes out of it, I think the biggest victory in that regard was definitely Paco being able to get the round down clean. I mean, it's been a couple of rounds where things, kind of went wrong for him, unable to really close things out, but fortunately for him, he was able to stick together with his teammate, with Mime, to make something happen. It was something I can't really say about this round for Wheelsy, having some errors, jumping out of that 180 ice and clipping onto the reactor block. So he's going to be behind by about a full second, as Mutta has set up the chase up against Mime and Pustupaku, who are currently cruising towards that 8-point gap, the 8 points on their scoreboards, and put themselves at the track point. Still that Mutta showing no signs of slowing down, and Paco, which is the opposite.
Yeah, Mutta with the overtake. So now if he wants to guarantee a draw, he has to get around Mime, but that's a lot easier said than done, especially as Paco is bearing down on him. But more speed over to the Australian. Now into the drift. Paco gets the same, and he has to go a little bit wider on exit, so he will not get the overtake. But thankfully, for Team Nemesis, they will pick up 2 points here. They are going to be on series point. If they can get an ace, Wheelsy goes home in third, and Nemesis goes to the grand final for a rematch against Shift.
Pressure has never been higher. Wheelsy finding themselves in the worst position possible, elimination, and it's all or nothing. They have been doing very well in terms of taking advantage of their opponent's mistakes, but unfortunately, when their mistakes are occurring, Nemesis is looking on point as well. The pace also so hard to beat for Wheelsy. We saw it in the previous round with Mime driving a 0.4, and right now Mutta needing his teammate, needing Wheelsy to get closer. Mime looking to overtake on the plastic, and he's very strong at it. Does he manage to make it happen? Well, in fact, he does, and as well, Pustupaku going over. Still everything to play for. Mutta is not done just yet. He is ready to fight. He has his fists up. Come at me. I didn't hear no bell. And we'll see if that's going to be enough as we head into that fragile sector. Going up, going down, all the way around. Paco still has the lead. Mutta looking to get closer. Does he have the speed, though? He has a good line. He will be able to stay in P2, but not enough to overtake. It is going to be 9-7. Here we are again. Will Wheelsy have what it takes to get the ace?
I don't know. Noticing the last couple rounds, I think the pressure is getting to Wheelsy. Mutta has been pulling away a bit, but Mutta has made mistakes of his own. So it's usually one of these guys being left to hold off the advance from Nemesis. But with the start that does see Mutta getting it the best, that could give them a little bit of a boost here through the sections up the sculpture here. Wheelsy needs to ace to go to map 5, Nemesis. They can have one player drop back. That's okay. As long as they have somebody in at least second position, should that happen, they will win. But hey, this works as well. Being in second and third with your opponents in first and fourth, this means it all comes down to Wheelsy to somehow overcome almost 4/10 of a gap to get ahead of both Mime and Paco. But as we get closer and closer to the end of the map, it is not looking likely. It is Mutta, Mime, Paco, and Wheelsy. That is your standing order through the fragile section. And on the exit, I think this might just be it. I don't think there's enough gas left in the tank. And unfortunately, Wheelsy, we've got to say goodbye because Nemesis are going to go back to the battlegrounds to find Shift waiting for them. And the matchup that I have been longing for is going to happen again.
It's what a match. Honestly, what a match. It somewhat went the same way as we saw happening. Shift versus Nemesis, right? With Nemesis going up 1, and then all of a sudden things just started to snowball out of control. That's kind of where Wheelsy found themselves in that situation, picking up map number 1, and then from that point on, kind of not being there. And they got close, right? They definitely got close in 2 of the maps, but it simply wasn't quite enough. And so it's going to be 3rd place for Wheelsy. Well played, but unfortunately it's not quite enough. And so that rematch is what we will be seeing in just a little bit. And I believe Legion, I will have to say goodbye to you for now and say hello to the analyst desk together with Babs. And also, how are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Doing really good. That match had me going through all sorts of emotions. I was biased towards Wheelsy, I was biased towards Nemesis, and then at the end I just couldn't decide what I wanted to happen. I think Wheelsy put up a really good fight. I think also you'd have to agree they started off on the right foot, and maybe just from then on it looked like Nemesis grew into that match.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about momentum. I think Wheelsy was coming in with a lot of victories under their belt. Mutta was looking really strong form, really keeping up with his teammate on a lot of ways. But coming into map 2, we saw Mutta falter quite a bit there. And, you know, we like talk more about momentum. I think Nemesis from that point just really took over. They pretty much dominated map 2 and 3. We definitely saw them come back with a little more of a fight in that last map, but you know, they have a lot of experience under their belt. They know how to clutch up in these situations. And Mime's pace is just looking incredible. He's looking hungry. He didn't want to give that up. And yeah, they're bringing it home. And so really excited for this next match.
Yeah, absolutely. Mime looked like he had the bit through his teeth, and he had something to prove in that match. A really strong performance as the match grew older, bony. Mime seemed to sort of rise to the occasion, especially on the Marabelloo, where maybe Wheelsy and at points Mutta were falling towards the end.
Yeah, it felt like the upswing of things on the side of Mime, and the exact opposite on the side of Wheelsy, really. Mime did what he needed to do. Map number 1, maybe a bit of a wake-up call for Team Nemesis, right after being knocked down into the lower bracket. Maybe still a little bit doozy after the trashing Shift gave them, right, 3 maps in a row. But they woke up, they were looking on fire. Mime in particular, right, just doing what he needed to do to put down some amazing times that even when there weren't any mistakes, it was simply being the one to outpace your opponents. Mime did a phenomenal job. Paco, while he did have a couple of more mistakes along the way, he was there when it mattered. He was there when the points were ready to be taken, when they were essential to be taken.
Yeah.
And so I think this is a bit of a, I don't know, it's one of those things where the hero is defeated by the villain. I realized I just called Shift the villain. Just stay with the analogy, all right? The hero goes off, trains for a little bit, recuperates, and then comes back stronger than ever to try and take it in the 3rd act. Who knows?
Maybe the is it the bat call, the Batman sign, the Batman light is up in the air, and can Nemesis
Shift is Bane.
answer?
Shift is Bane. Yeah.
Shift to Spain. I mean, maybe the live-action remake of Beacon Duo League is in the works. I mean, also you've got some skills in singing and dancing and making some nice productions. You know, in your history is something you could maybe be working on.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Oh, we got already people on payroll for that, so don't even come.
We're not even on payroll. What the hell?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to leak that.
But plenty more to come, plenty more action. One more match remains. Unfortunately for Team Nemesis, they are going to have to try and reverse the disadvantage that they have caused upon themselves. Team Shift in the driving seat, Team Nemesis trying to take them out of it. It will be our grind final, and it will be straight after this break. ladies and gentlemen, I feel like it should be a bit of a procession. We are gathered here today to celebrate the grand final of the Beacon Dual League. Oh, so you got married recently, you know all this stuff, you know? Okay, it's the grand final. Let's everybody get hyped. It is what everybody predicted at the start. It wasn't an easy road for any of these teams, to be honest, but one of them is unbeaten. Team Shift, they've made it all the way to the grand final without dropping a match, and they are facing off against their nemesis, Team Nemesis, who I would like to point out, Mime has just asked to clarify what a bracket reset means, and that means, yes, Mime, you do have to beat Team Shift twice if you want to win the Beacon Dual League, and that is a tough ask. Does anybody have that in their tank? And also, if that anybody does, is that Team Nemesis?
I mean, if we're looking at the people that are coming to the table for this tournament, absolutely Nemesis is the one to do it if somebody's going to take down Shift. Right now, Mime is in incredible form. You know, he's showing his pace. Even if he doesn't know what a bracket reset is, he knows how to drive a car in Trackmania. So that's really going to be important if he's going to be able to continue that form going into this next match. It could be more of a contention than we would expect. And like we were talking about before in the last match, Paco is also just showing his incredible clutch ability in those moments. He really made map 2 of that match happen pretty much on his own back and brought it home for them. Who knows what that could have looked like if we were going into a 2-2 situation, but he made it a 4-1 pretty much single-handedly, forced them into a bad state going into that third map. They're in great form. However, I can say all of that, but we cannot deny how dominant Shift has been over this tournament. I mean, they were coming in number 1 from league standings, undefeated in the league phase, so far undefeated in the playoff. New Prime is playing out of his mind this entire tournament. And in the league phase, Loso is falling behind a little bit. I think some people maybe had some questions about Loso's ability to keep up. But in the playoffs so far, Loso has been playing out of his mind. He's matching New Prime in first place finishes, in rounds. He's really performing at a high level. I think it's going to be really hard to bring Shift down.
Absolutely. For either of these teams, it's going to take both of those members to show up, have a good performance. On the side of Shifts, as you said, it is New Prime on Loso, and on the side of Nemesis, it's Mime and Pushtito Paco, our 2 remaining teams in the competition. They are fighting for that first spot. They are fighting to be the winner of the inaugural Beacon Dual League. This journey started a long time ago at the beginning of the year, and it all comes down to this final match. Legion, I don't think things could be any more finely poised between these two teams. Shift, they are looking like the favorites, but Nemesis, they showed in their previous matchup against them that they can take them down. They can compete against New Prime and Loso.
They do, but the problem is that bracket reset. So even if they get those 5 games going in their favor, they have to do it all over again. Shift just has to do it once. And the thing with the bracket reset that I really like is that if you are the team that does get the reset, you have so much momentum going in your favor that the other team might start to make more uncharacteristic mistakes. But of course, there is so much more pressure added onto you because you know that you only get one chance. You only get one chance to lose a series, and that's all it's going to take. So for Shift, for Nemesis, I think we will be seeing a remake of the first series that we just had against them. However, I think that it will be just as exciting.
Well, guys, excitement is all that we can hope for. We've had it all day long throughout the bracket. Started off with Blah versus Big and Wheelsy versus Galactic Baguette. Wheelsy come out on top then eventually against Blah, unfortunately falling to Team Nemesis, who themselves fell to Team Shift, but now they have the chance to redeem themselves and to get their own back on our league leaders, on our playoff winners, on our Team Shift, the ones to take down, the ones to beat. And if they are to do it, they need to perform, and they need to perform right now. Guys, before we get into the match, I am going to ask you guys for some predictions. I'm not going to tell you to give me a winner, to tell me if Nemesis or Shift are going to win. I'm going to ask you, do you believe in the bracket reset?
I think I do. I think it definitely is something that could happen. I mean, in our first playoff match between these two teams, it was definitely a hotly contested match. And both sets of players on each teams were playing at their highest level they've been playing up until this point. Multiple live records being set. I think it definitely could happen.
I have to agree with what Osu has said. Pretty much all of that I have seen and can 100% say, yeah, it is definitely a possibility. However, I don't think we'll see a bracket reset. I think that because of how the first match went between these two, I think that perhaps Nemesis might play a little too aggressively. They went into that lower bracket ready to go and throw hands. However, that might be sort of their downfall because they may take some extra risks that they might not need to take.
Absolutely, and those risks will be punished against a team like Team Shift. Also, we spoke about mentality and how important it was coming into that match against Wheelsy, but it's ever so important against Team Shift.
I mean, yeah, that's going to be really important coming in. I mean, Legion said a lot about maybe there being an aspect of them being too aggressive, maybe coming to this next one. So I think with them coming in with the right mentality, we could see a really close match and we can maybe see it over. But I also agree with Legion. I do think the overall pace is in Shift's favor.
Absolutely,
we'll
and
see.
all we can hope for is a tight match and some tight action. Pick and bans are coming through, the final pick and bans of the season. What is going to be the order that we will play the maps in? Skelear Rogue will be first, the pick from Team Shift. Nemesis taking Thriller. Marabelloo will be in fourth, potentially a decider. Orbit and Meander remain, and Meander will be the third map, with Orbit being placed in fifth. This is the last time that all of these 5 maps are going to be played in the Beacon Duo League, and they are going to be the arena of competition between Team Shift and Team Nemesis to decide who will win the Beacon Duo League. Legion, I just can't wait to get into this.
I can't either. These two teams have been at each other's throats pretty much all season, it feels like, and we're finally giving them the opportunity to say, hey, just settle it. But hey, you know what? We're going to see what happens. First map is going to be Skelear Rogue.
This shit ain't go
For the last time, 2 teams will enter the Beacon Gladiatorial Arena, but only one of them will come out as the victor. Team Shift versus Team Nemesis. These 2 teams have already met in the upper bracket. However, it was Shift that got the job done and punched their ticket early to Grand Finals. It was Nemesis having to go into loser's bracket and running an absolute clinic on Wheelsy to get back here. And already at the start, Shift find themselves 1-2 with an early mistake from Mime. We could see a bracket reset here if Nemesis can win this best of 5, but if not, it will be Shift taking home the lion's share of the prize pool. And who knows what more comes from that.
Loso and New Prime coming out in this first round like a freight train. They are 1-2, potentially looking to start off this grand final with an ace. The only person who stands in their way, and Paco, he is not going quietly. Heading into the end, does he keep it clean? He's a little bit wide. He is going to make it, but it's not going to be enough speed. Shift is going to start off this grand final, and Skelear Rogue, their map pick, with a 3-0.
That's how you want to start it, with an exclamation point. Sure, you can draw like we've seen, or you can get a victory, but what's better than that than getting 3 points and giving your opponents absolutely nothing? Shift already setting the tone early here. Nemesis, we are having a much cleaner round from them, so Mime is in the action this time around, thankfully not looking from the outside. And as I say that, he is going to hit the wall and fall back, leaving it once again to Pussy to Paco to try and overtake, to try to deny at least 1 point gained from Shift. Just as a reminder, prize pool 3,500 euros. So it's going to be split up amongst the top 4 teams, but of course you do want the biggest chunk of that. And right now Shift is in a early predictor spot of getting that if they can get this ace to go 6-0 up on the first map.
Potentially looking at the lion's share of that prize pool, and well, Shift at the moment, they're looking like the king of the jungle. Absolutely. New Prime, he's looking as clean and consistent as ever on Skelear Rogue. Any mistakes coming through on the end? Does Pushtido Paco have more speed than Loso? No, it looks like Loso's going to come through for that second spot. Back-to-back aces, and Team Shift have stamped their authority on the beginning of this grand final.
Loso had a slightly wider line than Paco there at the end. Going into the jump, Paco did have the lead, but unfortunately, a little more momentum went Loso's way. So that is why we are at a 6-0 scoreline. And out of the first couple of checkpoints, it is again Mime. Uncharacteristic. You wonder if maybe the pressure of having to see Shift again in Paco as well. So Shift cruising to another potential ace should they see it as so. I'm sure they have somebody, anybody, maybe just the two of them making the call. Hey guys, take it safe. Mime had a crash, so did Paco. You have about almost a second from second to third, and you can see just how this maybe level of fatigue has gotten to Team Nemesis. They played an incredibly gruelingly close match to Shift that they lost, and then they bounced back and absolutely beat the ever-living out of Wheelsy. But you think maybe in their attempts to speedrun, they overexerted themselves. Mime messes up the risky, and I think Paco did as well, so they will get it and go into the finish. Paco sending it into the scenery though. Another ace. Shift. You want to start it off hard and awful for the other guys. They are doing exactly that.
Yeah, 3 aces back to back. Look, this map, it's already pretty much in the bag for Shift. I don't think not only in the history of Beacon Duel League, but in the history of this 2v2 format, have we seen somebody come back from a 9-0 scoreline. But maybe New Prime is looking to change that. Maybe he thinks Mime and Paco, you want to write some history, I'll give you a helping hand. He has sent it into a wall. Mime and Paco, they are still at the front. They are joined by Loso. They're going to need to stay ahead of the Team Shift player if they want to get anything out of this match. Any other formation, and we move on to map 2. Mime and Paco, they are keeping it clean so far, but Loso, you said it, Oso said it, he's been performing well today, and he is in that position to close out Skelear Rogue. He is setting his sights on Mime after overtaking Paco. He's got a good line into the plastic, and he's going to carry good speed out of this exit. Still wedged between these two Nemesis players. Any mistakes coming in at this point would be very, very costly for Nemesis. They need to hope for a mistake from Loso, but it looks like he's keeping it clean. He sends it into the wall, and they are still alive. They breathe on Skelear Rogue. Mime with the 0.2, Paco with the 0.4. 9-3 is the scoreline.
Loso, I think his brain might have, either it looked like his brain was backwards and he had the wrong input, or maybe there was just a little bit of a slide there on the landing and he tried to correct it and just overdid it. So that is Nemesis getting an ace of their own, but still a long way from bringing this back. They would need to ace 3 more times to get map number 1, and with how quickly Shift has taken this whole thing and thrown it out of whack, that's going to be a hard sell, because New Prime running in first, Loso running in second, and Paco is quite a long way back. 11 seconds. So this is it. This is it. There's nothing else to be said unless New Prime and Loso crash so many times that it allows Mime to overtake into first, and then through checkpoints Paco getting ahead of them for second. But this is going to be probably all she wrote for Skelear Rogue. It has been an explosive start for the boys over at Shift. I would not be surprised if they both go for the safe finish. They don't need to risk it at all. But New Prime decides that he wants to risk it, because you know what? He's New Prime, gosh darn it. And he will get the overtake. Mime PBs 10.09. That is a new league record. New Prime is setting LRs like crazy.
Legion, how dare you mention a safe finish? With New Prime? New Prime winning Skelear Rogue and you dare mention an A? No! League record, straight out of the bat. Mime gets a PB and that isn't even enough. New Prime one-ups and Skelear Rogue goes the way of Team Shift. And to be honest, they were just deserving of that. They brought out the aces to begin it, and I think from that point forward, it was only going to go their way.
Absolutely. They just knew what they were doing. It was their pick. It was where they felt confident. But it's going to be Nemesis's pick for map number 2. A chance to rebound. It's going to be Thriller.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
League records have been expected and have been provided by New Prime for the most part. In that previous round, Mime also did so, but New Prime just said, yeah, nice one, buddy, let me one-up you. And that's how they took Skelear Rogue. Shift are going to look to try and bounce on that performance and keep it up into Thriller. Team Nemesis, they need to react, and they need to react fast, or this match is going to get out of their hands.
Yeah, and this is their pick, so this is where they're feeling the most confident. Although Paco hitting his nose on the wall on the latter half of that Ice 360, so that does leave Mime by himself right now to defend from the charging Shift players. The ace could come out if Mime makes a mistake, or if either of these Shift players have errors of their own that allow Paco into second, but right now it's looking a little unlikely. Mime pulling away, New Prime and Loso getting pretty even there on the checkpoints, but into this quarter pipe jump, it will be Mime getting it the best. Pussy to Paco does clip, although it won't be anything too major in terms of points being given to their opponents, as we do get a draw on this first round.
Draw coming through, a good sign from Mime. Is that the first draw that we've seen all match?
Yes, we didn't see it in the first map at all because Shift 3-0'd, or sorry, hit 3 aces, and the Nemesis got an ace, and then Shift got a round victory. So yeah, this is the first draw we've seen.
Just casting our minds back to that previous matchup between Shift and Nemesis. So many draws coming through. One player would make a mistake, and so often their teammate were able to keep it safe and get that first position. In this one, no mistakes in the 360. Loso comes out in that P1, quickly followed by all other 3 players. Makes a mistake and is relegated to that 4th position. All of them going for that bounce. Loso clips again on the inside, loses additional speed, and this is an opportunity for Team Nemesis. But who is standing in front of them? Who stands in the way? It's New Prime again.
And Mime with a touch, he was right there on New Prime, but he just took that turn a little bit too inside. So we could be seeing a round win here with Loso. Catching up the pussy to Paco. Mime clips the platform, and it will be another draw. No, it will not. Mime gets 3rd. Nemesis gets 2 points. They need to finally take the lead here. New Prime, had he not clipped, it would have gone his way, but unfortunately that's not the case, and he had to dive for that safe finish.
Oh, well, a victory goes the way of Team Nemesis. This is the first time in this match that they have had the advantage on their opponents. They need to keep it that way. I feel like this, it's only map 2, but it's already feels like it is a must-win for Team Nemesis. They need to get a point from Thriller if they want to stay in this match, because a reminder, they need to win this one and then reset the bracket and try and beat Team Shift all over again. Mime, at least in this one, is in that 1st position. Paco is following behind in 4th place. It's a Nemesis sandwich as we head through that wall bounce section. They are all keeping it clean. Mime a little bit of a wonky line, but he is going to exit with good speed, but he's quickly followed by Loso. Paco has caught up to New Prime just behind. How is the speed into the grass? It's all quite even. All 4 players very close together. New Prime is the first one to make a mistake, and Paco is going to send a nice little wide line. Can Loso avoid the victory for Nemesis on the line? Who's going to make it? Loso! It's the same time!
Name difference. I know it's not a thing, but what a finish. I think Loso, he had a little bit like extra on the end of it, and that was enough to keep Mime at bay, but wow.
Just a reminder to everyone, the deciding factor when there is a draw is the time at the previous checkpoint. So Loso, thankfully for him, does keep it as a draw. New Prime uncharacteristically makes a mistake at the start of this round, once again leaving it up to his teammate, but Paco equalizes it with a mistake of his own, and only Loso and Mime remain at the front.
Yep, and New Prime had a mistake as well. He would have been out of this, but with Pussy Paco making his own error, that has given him a chance to come back into this. So Loso leading ahead of Mime right now. New Prime lurking in the shadows, waiting for any mistake to come out from Mime that they can capitalize on. An ace here would be huge because that would put them back in the lead. But of course, a victory here would be enough. Mime with the touch on the wall. He now falls to third. He almost grazes the wall again on exit. He'll go for that low line, and he's gonna just clip the quarter pipe. He will make the jump into the finish, but Shift, the ace they needed to get back ahead, has been gifted to them. Mime pushing a little too hard.
Exactly as you said, Legion. It was gifted to them. That was an unfortunate and an avoidable mistake from Mime. Not really necessary to push at that point too far from Loso to really make a difference, but allows New Prime through, and now Shift have the advantage. A 2-point gap differentiates them from Team Nemesis. A point from this next round would put them on track point, and they would be able to steal Thriller away from Team Nemesis. We've seen too many mistakes in the early phases of this map that have allowed Shift to accrue these points, but the 360 is beautiful from all 4 players. Nothing really to separate them as we head into the water. Look at them all bounce off the wall and then head down, head back up through the sausage and into the series of jumps. Nothing to separate these 4 players.
Absolutely not. This is the kind of racing we want to see. Every single player right where they want to be, and that is going to be on top of their opponents. But into the end, the quarter pipe jump, it is Mime that gets there first. I think Loso had an overtake. Mime, he clips the platform. Does he get it? No, he can't. The smallest clip, the Polish driver, he cannot convert, and he has granted another ace to Shift. What is happening to Nemesis?
I think the pressure and maybe the fatigue is getting to these players. What looked like it could potentially be an ace for Team Nemesis ends up going the other way. Shift are in the driver's seat. 9-4 on map 2, a map up already. They could claim their 2nd point off this grand final right here, right now. With a great start out of the gates, Team Nemesis have it all to do.
Yes, they do. A draw is going to be all Shift needs. So Nemesis, they need to ace from this round to the next. If they can get those 2 back-to-back aces, then they will win map 2. But if they are unable to do that with Mime clips the wall. This could be it for Thriller. We could go into map 3 with Shift up 2-0. Paco trying to chase down Loso, but a 2/10 of a gap is not enough to overcome at the moment. And even if he does get around, New Prime is in prime position to guarantee that the draw comes out, but I don't think that's going to matter, folks. Loso into the jump, and it will be Shift taking map number 2, going on to championship point, winning Thriller 11-5. Nemesis, they have to be perfect if they want to reset the bracket.
Talk about a comeback. Well, you know, it would have to be some comeback from Team Nemesis if they were to win this one out. Let's remind everyone, this competition started over a month ago. People discovered the maps started practicing, had to go through open qualifiers. Over 70 people showed up, over 140 players playing these maps. Only 4 remain, and at the moment it seems like Team Shift are the destined ones to be. One map separates them from their glory.
They watch, we slip, we phone, who this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, hitting, you lights, shooting.
Shift are on the precipice of total victory. One hand on the trophy, the other one holding Nemesis back. It is going to be the green team with everything to do to try and bring this series back and reset the bracket. But if Shift has anything to say about it, they're looking to clean sweep them 3-0. Meander could be the final battle that we get for the first time here in the grand finals for the Beacon Duel League. And Paco, with an early mistake, has relegated him to last. Mime trying to find a way through the Shift players, but it's just not happening right now.
Team Shift are looking ever so strong. There's a mistake from Mime as well. You cannot leave New Prime and Loso in these positions, as they will capitalize. They have done so all season long, and they are leading us through this first round on Meander. Will this be their coronation? Their coronation run through Meander. The blue map, as Mime makes an additional mistake. Paco's too far to have an influence on this round. Loso and New Prime heading into the end, barring any mistakes, will go up 3-0.
Yeah, that's a great start for them. Not what Nemesis wants. They both miss. Paco getting a little bit of flight time in, and Mime just barely missing the risky finish. Babs, you gotta wonder, is the pressure just too much? Has Nemesis cracked? Are they falling apart?
It's somehow turned into a David versus Goliath story, and well, Shift, it looks like an insurmountable challenge at the moment. They are playing just too well. They're too consistent. They're too fast. And you know what? If that is to be the case, then it is everything they deserve to win this Beacon Duel League. But still, a few rounds stand in their way. Paco has made a bit of a mistake, has allowed New Prime back into this round, and Loso is leading Mime into the second half of the track.
That he is. Mime trying to find a way around Loso. New Prime had an early mistake, and then Paco actually had a couple mistakes in a row that threw him all the way down into the abyss of the field. But Mime starting to gain a little bit of ground here on Loso. Through the dirt chicane we go, and through the checkpoint onto the platforms before we hit this penalty grass, getting into the penultimate checkpoint. It is a 1/10 of a second between Mime and Loso. Were they to tie, they would, well, improve Loso's way here. Now the penultimate checkpoint. Loso's gonna clip, and it will be Mime getting that first place. A draw coming in here, but still a 3-point split. Loso very unlucky there at the end.
Mime able to capitalize. He stems the bleeding, if only momentarily, against Team Shift. New Prime, though, with a mistake of his own. Maybe just a glimpse of hope for Team Nemesis, but they need to capitalize. They need to realize the situation that they're in and make it happen, make it work for them, get the points out of this round. Loso has been lights out in this final. He's performed extremely well, been able to back up New Prime when he needs to, and in this round, that's exactly the challenge that lies ahead.
Yeah, he got so much speed up the hill there, was able to get right back into contention for that first place. Of course, Nemesis know that New Prime has made it a misstep, so they probably got the call to safe it. Mime starting to pull away, but Loso having to dispatch Pussy DePaco right now, who has lost about half a second. Should Loso get this overtake on Mime, we would see another round draw here, which for them would be great. Of course, try to keep that gap as wide as possible. Mime is going to touch. I think Loso touched too, just barely, but he got out of it a lot better. So that puts him into first. Mime is in second. I believe Pussy DePaco is in third. Yes, he is. And it will be New Prime. You just talked about Loso being able to back up New Prime in mistakes like that, Babs. It just happened.
The clutch factor is real. Maybe a stat that we need to add to these players' cards. Definitely one for Loso at least. He's shown it all match long. He's performing when he needs to. New Prime, he's been maybe the player of the tournament, maybe the MVP, but he couldn't have done it without Loso. They are just 5 points away from winning the Beacon Duel League and relegating Team Nemesis to a second place, but at the moment in this round, all clean from all 4 players. A great start from these competitors. Nothing really to differentiate them. Mime listed at the back of the pack, but could you separate him from his 3 competitors? I don't think so. New Prime is trying to challenge, trying to eke out, maybe emerge as the leader from this pack, but at the moment nobody's able to do so. Mime maybe slightly, but he's quickly followed by the Team Shift players.
They are not making this easy at all. There's so many risky lines coming in. New Prime, just one of them, is pushing straight past Pussy DePaco. We are on for a draw, but if there's a mistake from Mime, we could be seeing either a victory or an ace here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen unless Mime messes up the jump. No, he will not. It will be another draw. 6-3.
Oh, Mime comes out with a league record, but is it too little too late? At .944, I believe, taking that record back. Well, for himself, I think he just beat his own league record. It just goes to show the caliber of these Team Nemesis players, and it just goes to show how impressive it is that Team Shift are able to hold themselves as they have so long through this tournament and perform as well as they have also. Vestido, Paco and Mime, they are trying their damnedest. They're trying their hardest throughout Meander. At least it looks a little bit better than it did on Thriller. New Prime and Paco at the front. Nothing really to separate these guys. Paco's a little bit off the pack. Mime is still battling against those 2 Team Shift players. He's made mistakes multiple times at the end of this map, but he needs to keep it clean if he wants to get anything out of this one.
Yeah, if he can keep the draw going, yes, Shift will be on tournament point, but that might be the opening. He makes a mistake on the dirt and another one. That gives both Shift players the lead into the final set of corners. Paco, what can you do? Can you deny an ace? I don't think it's gonna happen. And up the hill into the jump. Shift, all you gotta do is draw it out.
One more point. One final round, and this could be Shift's competition to win. They could be crowned the Beacon Duel League champions, and they can do it right here, right now. Only Mime and Paco can deny them that glory. Loso is off to a great start. New Prime is there as well. No mistakes from these guys out of the bat. Mime is still in this fight. He's not going to give up. He's going to fight till the bitter end, but Loso has had such a good start. Has he already done enough?
Oh,
There's
God,
a mistake
Mime.
from Mime. Paco is the only one who can do anything about this, but they need to pray for a mistake from Team Shift, but it comes out of Team Nemesis. And is it done? Is it over? Is this all Team Shift?
This is it. This is absolutely it. Mime with the first mistake. It left it over to Paco, and then his teammate faltered. Both Shift players were in striking distance nigh. They were on the line. New Prime makes a mistake, but does it really matter? Loso leading away from Mime. 1 second is the gap. He's going to get the call that he can just go safe. That's all you got to do, Loso. Just get to the finish line, and you'll have done it. Through the final checkpoint he goes. Into the jump. Ladies and gentlemen, Shift is gonna win the Beacon Duel League over Nemesis by a scoreline of 10-4, and the series itself goes 3-0 both times. Shift has shown that they are not to be played with, and Nemesis have fallen both of those instances.
Undeniably the best. That's the only way you could describe this pairing of New Prime and Loso. People have said it time and time again, how this Division 1 is so stacked. Every single duo, world-class caliber, but none on the same level as New Prime and Loso. they have not dropped a single match all season. Open qualifiers, league division, playoffs, they have deserved it, they have won it, and now they can enjoy the spoils.
Yes, they can. They have. From the start, I put a pin on them. I had a feeling they would be the people to beat, and I am so happy that I was right, because they are probably the best team for this entire competition, and they are very much going to be coming back next season to defend that crown. But you gotta give Nemesis some credit. Going through the same process that Shift did to get to that point. Yes, they lost in upper bracket, but it was so close. It was just a couple maps that didn't go their way, and that's what set Nemesis up for a lower bracket run. They dispatched Wheelsy quite convincingly, and then just going into the final, I think they ran out of steam there. So while yes, it's an unfortunate end to their campaign, they can at least hold their heads held high knowing that they finished in second.
I think all of these teams today can hold their heads high. I think even when you look back at Wheelsy, who got that third place in the end, they showed great performances. They showed great fight and great spirit, as Team Nemesis did in this final as well. But it was just, as you said, one step too far. Let's get Oso in here so we can get his reaction on that grand final. Man, Oso, it ended in such a demanding but such a convincing way for Team Shift. They were clearly the best, and they showed it in that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the possibility of this going to the bracket reset. Legion didn't think it was going to happen. I also did not think it was probably going to happen, but I thought there was at least a chance. These teams were definitely both showing up, but there were also the reality of the fact that Nemesis had played more matches going into this. They're maybe a little more tired. They had a little bit of momentum off the back of coming on their lower bracket victory, but ultimately Shift came in fresh, they came in hard, and they just dominated. We also saw that kind of falter on the second map where Mime choked up an ace, and I think that really kind of set the stage for some potential mentality issues going into the third map. We did see some signs of weakness though from Shift on that third map. And Nemesis definitely did their best to capitalize on that, but ultimately New Prime and Loso were just too strong. Even with Mime setting a live record that was only 300ths shy of the world record, it was not enough. Just New Prime and Loso, just on another level, showing that dominance they've been showing the whole tournament and bringing home a very, very deserved championship finish here.
Well, I tell you what, let's get one of our champions into this call. We have New Prime in here for an interview. New Prime, let's get you in. I spoke to you earlier on in the season. We did an interview. We spoke about what your ambitions might be for this one. And to be honest, I can't even remember what you answered me, because it doesn't matter. In the end, you were stronger than everybody else and you won. So congratulations. You have won the Beacon Duo League with Loso.
Thank you. It's
honestly
crazy.
An incredible performance really throughout, and even more so in that final. I mean, I can hear the emotion in your voice, but was this the goal from the start, and how does it feel, I think, is the main thing I want to know.
It just feels amazing. I don't know, I've never played a comp, like a league comp, that long, because I didn't play any Beacon before, and I don't know, this feels just amazing that all the preg paid off in the end, that we could win it.
All the preg definitely did pay off. Legion, what have you got for New Prime?
Going into that first match against Nemesis, it came right down to the wire. Was there any point in there where you realized that you were ahead, or that you might falter? Is there any point of that first series where you realized, hey, we've got Nemesis right where we need them?
First of all, I was definitely shaky because we lost our map pick, which was pretty bad. And I don't know, somehow we got back into the match and then suddenly won it. And after that, we were already really happy because top 2 secured, and we thought we just play the final, see what happens, and yeah, in the end everything worked out.
Awesome. You talked about kind of coming into this with the mentality of play the final, see what happens. It's definitely a much closer match in that last game that you had against Nemesis. So coming into this last final, was there anything that you and Loso changed about your strategy or about what you were bringing to the table for this final match?
And we just said we have to win Skelear Rogue. Like, if we are not winning that map, I don't know what we were doing, because I feel like we were the best team on it, and to be honest, Mime and Paco weren't that fast. And yeah, if we just said we have to win that, and it worked out. Like, I mean, we opened up with 3 aces, so not really a strategy change, but just said to ourselves that we have to win that map for sure.
Interesting that you say that Mime and Paco weren't that fast on Skelear Rogue. I think you're probably the only team who could classify them in that sense, because I don't know if you noticed, but that final round, Mime broke the league record, but you also did, and you also set a better time.
Yeah, I mean the final round, but I mean the overall pace felt. I mean, not like to talk anyone down. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but it was our
That's
map
fine.
the all season, and that we lost it kind of, yeah, hit me a bit, but was unfortunate.
Gave you something to prove, and look, you don't have to explain yourself at all. You've done all your talking on the track, and at the end it has resulted in Team Shift being the winners of the Beacon Duo League. I want to congratulate you one last time, New Prime, yourself and Loso, and I want to give you the opportunity to say something before we let you go to anybody out there watching, anybody you want to thank, or anybody you want to shout out.
Yeah, first of all, like, huge GGs to Mime and Paco. It were crazy matches, I think, and it was a lot of fun playing. And then also to my teammate Loso, who definitely carried me in the final. He played out of his mind. I think he didn't crash after the first map, so he was just on point. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think from everyone at Beacon, we also want to thank you, New Prime, and also your teammate Loso, and everybody who's taken part in the competition. New Prime, we are gonna let you go. We're gonna let you enjoy the celebrations and take a look at what prize pool you may have won, and we'll take a look at that as well. But congratulations, one final time, you have won the Beacon Duo League.
Thank you very much.
There we are, final words from our victor, and as we did hint to that prize pool, let's take a look at its distribution. Team Shift coming in first, winning 1.5k euros. Nemesis, not to be outdone, they also get 1.1k. Wheelsy get almost 800 euros themselves, and Blah get almost 400 euro as well. A total prize pool of 3.9 thousand euros, and that I have to thank all of you watching at home, all of you viewers, and those who donated to contribute to that prize pool. I think these players are all very deserving of their spoils. The effort that they have put in across this competition has been admirable, and I think they all deserve the money. Oh, guys, I don't know how I'm going to settle down after that final, and after the whole competition. It's kind of surreal to think that it's all finally over, but I think Shift have come out as deserving winners. Also, I don't think that could have really went any other way after how it started on Skelear Rogue.
I mean, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, this was Team Shift's tournament to win, and they came in with everything that they had. It really seemed like maybe at some point we might see more signs of weakness, more signs that they can bleed. But for every single pace that other teams made up in terms of their own ability and their own performance, Shift were right there with them and surpassing them at every stage. So just a really dominant performance, and really great to see New Prime and Loso bring this home, because they deserve it. So.
Absolutely, they had an answer to every challenge that was put in front of them. Legion, as you've been with us the whole way, I want to get your reaction of this day as a whole. Were there any surprises in the results that we've seen? Because on my part, I don't think there were many surprises, but I still feel like the emotions were so high in all of these matches.
I mean, to be honest, I maybe had a little bit more faith in Big to make it into that lower semi, but it really wasn't that much. So I can't say I'm too surprised there. I admittedly was kind of shocked to see Wheelsy manage to take a round off of Nemesis, just looking at sort of their results compared to the last couple of times Wheelsy had been at a major disadvantage, it feels like. So having them go at least a fourth map against Nemesis or actually is a bit of a surprise, but having the grand final just be a quick 3-0, I was expecting a 3-2 for Shift, but to have Shift just go into that and effectively do the mercy killing of Nemesis, I mean, that is wow.
Yeah, I would
It
also
was-
agree that the decisiveness of the final was probably one of the most shocking results that we've seen here. I definitely believe that the other teams have really had a lot of back and forth in what they were able to bring to the table and different matches. And Shift has been above the rest, but just the level of domination that they had in that last final really, really showed their strengths in those clutch moments.
Yeah, they showed their worth, and in the end, it results in them being the champions of the Beacon Duo League. Team Shift are our winners. That is the tagline. That is the headline of today's matches, and that is the way that we are going to close out the Beacon Duo League. Before we let you go, I do want to say a few thanks. So thanks to everybody watching at home. Thank you for joining us throughout the competition, for reacting, for supporting all of these players. Those players especially, they make this competition, they give us the action, they give us the grind, and in the end, they are the ones who make the Beacon Duo League. So thank you to all the players who competed, even if it was just in the open qualifiers, to the league phase, in the playoffs, promo relegation. You were all very special throughout this competition. I want to thank everyone who supported the event, all of those who donated. I want to thank eCircuit Mania for supporting us through stats and through their website. And I want to thank all of the staff and everybody who joined us on the broadcast throughout the season. Beacon is a passion project, and we put our heart and soul into every event we do, and we're very grateful for everybody who supports us. On that note, I think it's time to end things. That is the end of the Beacon Duo League. Team Shift are your winners, and at the end of the day, well, that's all we can say. Beacon is over yet another time, but we will be back at some point down the line. Thank you all.